Welcome to Can Angels Fly, Tarot, and more. My name is Nancy, and today I'm here to go over September 2019's astrological chart with you. But before we begin, I'd like to submit my personal plugs. And my personal plugs are, if you're ever interested in ordering your own personal professional tarot reading, just contact me at my email. My email is canangelsfly1@gmail.com. The next, personal plug is, if you're ever interested in offering financial support, just look below this video or any video I make for my PayPal me link or my Cash App me account. And finally, if you enjoy this content, and if you browse my channel and look at any other video that I've made or live stream, if you enjoy it, I ask you to subscribe and to like. If you subscribe, I also ask you to hit the bell so you might be notified whenever I go live. So let's begin this report. We'll say it's a report, analyst and report for the energies that we'll be dealing with for September 2019. Now, this is a Indian format chart. That's number one. Those that follow me know what I mean when I say an Indian format chart. And it's because we have, I'll say, gradually um, processed or progressed to this level in reading astrological charts. In past videos and live streams, I talked about the various formats that an astrological chart can uh, be in. We've gone over the houses and how they progress and in which direction they progress. We also talked about who ruled the houses. We talked about the primary energies of the houses as well as the rulers. We talked about houses that appear empty and how they are still relative to the overall astrological energy. We've talked about a few things. So, but what we really didn't do, we didn't go into a considerable amount of detail. Details are really added to an astrological reading um, through taking in consideration the aspects. That is how one house relates to another, how um, the houses and the information it consists of relates to another house and the information that it consists of. And so this time around for the month of September, we're going to be going a little more in depth by adding those details. Let's see what else I should talk about. Those that follow me may very well remember that this black marker here lets us know that this is where we began. It is the first house. Is symbolic of the first house. The first house is, this line here is considered the ascendant or the ascent. This is the actual uh, astrological alignment within a particular constellation that is coming over the horizon in the morning. On morning of what? Well, I chose mid-September, and I do believe that I calculated. I didn't write it down. Close the app up, the calculator up, but I want to say it was about the 12th of September that I used to compose this chart, and it is 12 noon on September 12th, and it is in the location of New York, New York. I always choose New York, New York, because it is the Mecca Center of the United States, and therefore we can use it as a center or epic point from which the umbrella of astrological energy reaches out around the world, in affecting and influencing and impacting every individual in humanity's life. Another thing I like to acknowledge is that I know it's most likely that you can't see the chart, but I put the chart up there so you can see, again, the format, the layout, the placement of the planets. But I also include a breakdown of each house. Though, so the first house that I will hopefully be, let's see if this is the one. That's it. That's it. Um, Showing is the actual first house where you see the red arrow. And we're going to begin our interpretation here, as we should. At this time, I offer you a moment to pause the video, to run and get paper and pencil if you like to take notes. Because if you really get into interpreting astrological alignments, you will need plenty of paper and writing tools, as well as probably something either warm or cool to drink to carry you through. And if you're like myself and you have any vices, like I'm a cigarette smoker, then you might want to have those right there with you too. The process of interpreting the astrological energies is not short. Is drudging. It takes a lot of time, focus, and energy. And so, with that being said, we'll begin. And I don't know how this is going to go because I'm going to try to take notes as we go. We've already discussed how the vertical black line signifies that this is where we begin. This is the ascent. This is the onset of moving forth into a predetermined life experience. The first house represents one's presentation to the world, how one presents themselves to the world. It also represents what motivates a person into the world. Scorpio, the SC at the bottom right, represents the scorpionic energy. And the scorpionic energy has to do with our deepest psychological and emotional responses to circumstances, situation, and people. It is our ability to be invested in something or someone, our ability to be committed or not. And anyway, anything that has to do with Scorpio really comes from the deep emotional dark, the depth of who we are. We can kind of sum up Scorpio as the innate instincts that we have, the just being under the human condition, having the primordial need to fulfill something. That's how deep Scorpio can go. So how do I summarize the first house and write it down? The first house possibly suggests that, and I'm writing, a person, including me and you, are compelled, we'll say, to move into predetermined life experiences motivated by our innate emotional needs. What could be a person's innate emotional need? It could be this instinctual need to survive. It could be this instinctual need to be loved, to be accepted, to be appreciated, those kind of things. Another way that this house could be interpreted is that because we have in the past had certain emotional responses to situations or circumstances, Again, those responses are unique, so it varies by person. Um, Depending on how we acted out in the past, determines what kind of frames or creates the framework for our upcoming life experiences. Now, at this time, I like to offer some examples of emotional responses. Let's say, I'm going to just try to sum it up. Let's say a person has a sense of entitlement or they are a narcissist. Well, the way they may interact with forces outside of themselves is that they could be a bully. They could be emotionally manipulative, tricky, those kind of things. So, in the month of September, a person that is a narcissist or a person that has a sense of entitlement will move forward and execute that their energy, imposing themselves into the world, pushing forth. But let's use another example. Let's say, hypothetically, case scenario, a person is like lowly and um, insecure um, and withdrawn due to, whatever their unique collective life experiences are. But they want so badly to belong, to connect, to feel like they are a part, like somebody cares for them. Then, as they move forth, uh, beginning in the month of September or surrounding that time period into their lives, pushing forth into their lives, they could possibly have like a desperate um, approach to socialization, codependency, um, clinginess, those kind of emotional responses that we have to outside forces. Another example of how this could manifest in the physical, let's say, hypothetically, case scenario, um, a person is, I don't know, they're we're talking about the deep psychological space, the deepest emotional space. What if a person has been wounded in their life by their unique life experience, past life experiences, and they have emotional blockages or they're emotionally unavailable? You know, they may be very well attractive to you or someone. Someone may have interest in them. Someone may be trying to love on them, but it is irrelevant, or it does not. It cannot. How can I say? It cannot subdue that person's deep inner emotional and psychological wound. It cannot at this time. So, how this person may respond to the person that's trying to love on them or care for them, well, their emotional response can be cold. It can be manipulative, as far as, getting what they want out of the situation. It's a quote I learned some years ago. And it says the person least interested in sustaining the relationship rules the relationship. That fits perfectly here relative to the example I just gave. A person doesn't have that capacity, the capacity to love, to care, to, be emotionally involved and have that depth. But they can manipulate the circumstance, situation, or the person because the other cares. And so the other is making themselves vulnerable before that emotionally unavailable person. So, as I was saying, the emotionally unavailable person will move forth still with that being unemotional, not having the capacity to attach, and performing all works that correspond to such an existence. Again, when we start talking about a person's emotional and psychological uh, state, when we start talking about one's uh, primordial emotional needs, that varies from person to person and is very unique. Whatever it is for a unique individual, that's how they will uh, push forth in this world. That deep, primordial, emotional need is what is compelling them or animating them to move forward in life. Now let's go to the next house. But we must remember all of that information that we just decoded or interpreted relative to the first house. Because the first house, all that information we just talked about, relates to every other house that you see here on the screen. There are 11 more houses. And this first house aspects each house differently. But we'll see. I don't want to jump the gun. So we just finished this first house. And so I'm going to attempt to shut that house up and move to the next house, which would be considered what? That's right. That was a pop quiz. It's the second house. Remember, the astrological houses move clockwise. And so now we're on the second house. You can see the red arrow over to one side, which is pointing to the second house in the overall chart. To the opposite side, I have isolated and blown up that house. Now we're talking about the second house. Now we know that every individual in humanity is moving forth in life. They are animated by that hidden aspect of themselves, that deep emotional and primordial instincts and emotions and things like that. They move forward. And they move forward, we can say, into the second house, stepping over into the second house. So let's interpret the second house. Let me stop. I don't know if I said it or not, but this video I do anticipate to be a very long video. So grab what you need, pause the video if you need to, grab what you need so that you can be comfortable. Because remember, this video is a video that is attempting to help a person progress into understanding how to read an astrological chart. And so it is very time consuming. So if you can't finish this video in one swoop, it's okay. You can always stop it and come back later. I ask you to please like, share, and if you haven't already, subscribe. We're going to continue now. So now we have stepped over, or we are stepping over into the second house. So now we have to interpret the second house. What is the second house? Remember, the second house is like this vault, like a bank vault. All of a person's presumed treasures in life, a person's treasures in life that they presume will satisfy their physical, worldly wants, needs, and desires. These things that are, I'll say, stored in the second house, metaphysically, are things that, pacify our physical five senses, whether it's our seeing, our taste, our smell, our touching, or hearing. Like hearing a melody can be soothing, or not. It depends on what we hear. Depending on what we touch, we get different sensations. So the second house talks about those things. The second house talks about, money and cars and houses and lifestyles and beauty and sex, all of those pleasurable things in life, including an attractive mate or the things that we find attractive or appealing. Now, I often sum up the second house in terms of it's the house of the haves or the have-nots. Either you got what you presume that you need to be pacified, or you don't. Okay? And if you have those things, it has an impact upon you. If you don't have those things, it also impacts you. What we find in the opposite corner of the number 2 is the initials SG. And SG is short for Sagittarius. So what does Sagittarius represent? Sagittarius, remember, is the archer. And so it's a half man, half horse. The half man, half horse symbol suggests that one can move through life. Cause see, how can I say? The archer pulls back his bow, aims it, and lets it go, and the arrow travels to a point. So Sagittarius travels to that point. Sagittarius is adventurous, is going out living life, and just exploring. Now a person can do that in two ways. A person can be wild and unbridled, like the horse portion of Sagittarius, like the centaur. It can be wild and unbridled and free and learning from life and experiencing, and like a gypsy type of energy. Or it could be the upper half of that centaur, in which a person moves intentionally. They are refined, intellectual. Think about the what do you call it? What do you call it when a person is like the rep this gosh icon, like a representation. I can't think of it. This with a man, well groomed in a smoker's jacket, partaking in a cigar and some brandy, and he's highly intellectual, and it's the library behind him. Well, that's the upper half of Sagittarius. It's very refined, and it's very I'll say learned. It's learned. It is well traveled. That kind of energy, and again, it's just this refinement with the upper half of the horse. Kind of some in Sagittarius up. It talks about learning from life, living and learning, one way or another. And so, initially, what do we learn between the second house and Sagittarius? Remember, second house represents those possessions. So, what does one possess? They currently possess what they have learned through life, and either that person has grown to be refined, or they might still have that gypsy spirit. But either way, they move forward. Let's stop. Let's go back to the first house. Remember, the first house suggests that a person has an innate or primordial emotional need, and that is how they're going to move forward. That's what's motivating them to move forward, and that is what they're pushing out into the world. Let's say hypothetically, because love is so wanted and powerful, a person is in need of love, and they do have love, and so they have this deep emotional and psychological sense of security and stability, and it's warm and loving and those kind of things, and that is what compels a person to move forward. So they move forward, and they are not just seeking to receive love. They are a person that just pushes out love. So they go into this second house, and through their life experiences, whatever their unique life experiences have been thus far in their life, it has permitted them to have that loving spirit, a spirit of generosity, a spirit of giving, that kind of thing, because of their life experiences. Now that person can be, it depends on who a person is. They could be the wild, gypsy, free, dancing and singing, and they just warm up the environment. Or they could be more of a serious-minded, intellectual, well-traveled, refined kind of person that, in their expression, I'll say, of love, keeping with the love example. I need you to understand that this could manifest in so many ways. So many possibilities exist here. So I'm just offering an example to try to make interpreting the astrological energies make sense relative to a particular person. And now the particular person, their personal astrological chart, their personal birth chart will have to suggest that they have been refined to be that type of energetically loving person, or whatever the case may be. in relationship to what's going on in September. Hopefully it makes sense. So we know now this person is full of love, bursting forth with so much love, has learned it through their life experiences, whatever those unique life experiences may be. They may have traveled the world with Sagittarius and just, interacted with different cultures and races, and they have the maybe have possibly like a humanitarian kind of energy, and it was been successful. It's nothing negative really happened to them on their travels, or at least they didn't take it that way. It's the perception. And now in the same house, second house Sagittarius, we find the planet Jupiter. And so Jupiter, or JU, uh, suggests growth, expansion, development. It's the refining state. It's gaining abundance and blessings. And Jupiter can be tricky because when you hear blessings, you're like, oh, I'm going to be blessed. But I need you to understand what the blessing is. The blessing is that there's actual guaranteed growth and development. Now, was, if we were to interpret this chart, I'll say, from more of a negative perception, prospect, not prospect, prospect, perspective, from a more of a negative perspective, or a particular unique type of individual's perspective, then Jupiter possibly could mean that, let's say, something negative were to occur, it will enlighten them through that negative experience, or it could be more of something bad being added. And so Jupiter can be, what I'm trying to say is Jupiter can be good or bad. It just depends on how a person is relating to this energy. But Jupiter does promise growth, expansion, and development. Anywho, so we know with Jupiter here in the second house of Sagittarius, there's going to be growth, uh, meaning it's going to be something added to that, I'll say, happy person's or loving person's energy or arsenal of understanding. Understanding love. It'll be something will be added to it. It will blossom, whether it's good or bad. It depends on how a person relates to this energy during this particular time. It's going to be added to them. And a negative person, if it was a negative scenario, something is going to be added to them. They will grow. They will develop. They will expand. Now, as you can see, right below the JU, right below Jupiter, is the degree of 1614. Now, 1614, whenever you see the degrees have to be translated into planetary energies, I'll say. Planetary energies, if I'm correct in what I'm saying. Planetary energies, right? Sometimes I'll be talking, and I talk so much till I be saying the wrong thing. So I'm trying to be more conscious of that. So, based on my calculations, keep in mind I am an amateur astrologer, but I can give you the basics. I can offer you the basics. So, based on my calculations, 1614 aligns with Libra, the Libra energy. So what does the Libra energy represent? Libra is represented by the scales, like the scales of justice, in which balance is necessary. But Libra also corresponds with the seventh house. And so it talks about or suggests contracts or contractual agreements between two or more parties. It talks about putting one's terms and conditions on the table and submitting them to another, as they will do to you. Libra also signifies, if those terms and conditions a party submits to another, if those terms and conditions are satisfied by the other, if the other addresses those terms and conditions or not. It signifies if the other party actually breaches the contract and doesn't even try to satisfy the terms and conditions. Libra represents if one stays in that social exchange after the contract has been breached, or a person is not contributing what they have promised. It goes on. It also talks about if a person doesn't contribute what they had promised, or how about this? They never had the capability of contributing what was asked of them, in order for the other person to agree to enter into the contract. Now, the contracts that I'm speaking of can be either personal, like friends and family, or it could be intimate, like lovers and spouses, or it could be professional, like businesses. It can also be what do you call it? More, I guess I'll call it like corporate contracts. When you enter a contract, like with a credit card company or whatever, you ask them for their money and they agreeing to give you their money with a certain interest rate. That's a contract, whatever it is. So let's try to sum this up. Let's try to sum it up because I know it's a lot. But I'm just trying to offer as much information about each component that is creating a single astrological alignment so that you can come to understand what an astrologer is looking at, what information an astrologer is using to interpret what's going on at any given time. So right now, we're looking at the second house of Sagittarius. And the second house of Sagittarius says a person possesses the results of their previous life experience. Due to their previous life experience, they have some level of intelligence about something in their life, and that something possibly could be related to the house before, the house prior that we interpreted. An intellectual understanding about their innate needs or their emotional responses or their primal instinct. They understand that. They understand why they feel like they do, even if it's not spoken. They have somewhat of an awareness of their need. Now, got to go into this Jupiter, 16 degree 14 Jupiter, which talks about expansion through what? Partnerships. Expansion through those contractual agreements we are in. Just a moment. I'm going to pause this video for a moment to answer my phone. I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. As you can see, I'm back partaking in my advice now because they done got on my nerves. I shouldn't have answered the phone, but I did. Same old, same old. I ain't even gonna cuss. See, I'm starting to emotionally respond to circumstance or situation. And how is it being brought on by the second house Sagittarius? My life experiences coming back again, and its growth and development through partnerships. Person on the other side of the line. Just annoying. Anyway, I guess they're my PPs, my personal problems. But we might have to dive into some of my personal problems as we move forward and continue to read this chart because it might just fit in well. I'm sure it will. Anyway, so what was I saying? Let's go back to the first house. Because the first house said, okay, a person is, at this time, inspired, motivated to move forward. I'm talking about on a hidden level. To move forward in life due to their psychological space or their deep emotional space, which in the past created what is coming. Should I say? I don't know. Because what just ended up transpiring is a perfect example. So I don't want people to get this misconstrued that I being braggadocious or anything like that. It's just so perfect, so perfect. And if the person that did call me, you know who you are if you watch this. If you hear me, I'm not going to tell, of course, too many details. But if you hear me talk about this story, please do not get offended. It's just so perfect to explain. See, if I use this example, talking about this current event as well as my past life, uh, I could most likely, I don't know what the chart will have me yank out of me and out of the story because I haven't went through it ahead of time. But it'll keep the video moving smoother. So it's no offense to you, um, and it's nothing that I'm trying to do to honor myself. It's just perfect. So I need to go back to whomever views this. Remember, this is the astrological energies for September 2019. Today is currently August 27, 2019, and it's 3:51 p.m. Astrological energies that are due to align around mid-September, around September 12th, 2019 at 12 noon. As the planets move into their position, predetermined positions, the energies start to build. That's why I think this is a lovely um, example. They start to build. So I'm already having the experience. And all of the scenarios continue to unfold as the energies move through. Remember, these astrological energies do not come and dissipate in a moment. They come to set out to do what they have been commanded to do by divinity. And divinity says, okay, each of you people in humanity, including you, Nancy, I'm going to go back, are animated, compelled to move forward based on your inner emotional depth. You, Nancy, your past lives, your past life experiences have led you, we'll say, to feel a certain type of way, to have amplified or depreciated needs, wants, and desires, or you have those innate drives. In the course of your past lives, Nancy, you have really been dealing with the primal need to be apart, to connect, etc., etc. Nancy, you were brought up in a time period and reared by someone of an earlier time period that the primary focus was on family and unit and working together and loving and caring and doing those type of things. And so now, when this astrological energy begins to emerge, uh, that all of that compiled energy has predetermined your upcoming experiences. Trying to make it make sense, y'all. I'm interpreting the first house relative to me and my story. So Nancy, your inner emotional, innate, or primal or primordial need for love, we'll sum it up, for love, for companionship, for belonging, prevails. So you, Nancy, you move forward, first house, with that um, primary drive for love, to support. That's my emotional response to circumstances and situations, etc., etc. So, just using, let me see if I can do the right one. That's the right one. So, as you move in to this time period, needing love, wanting love, giving love, having this, what is a philosophical, Sagittarius philosophical viewpoint or understanding about what it means to cohabitate on this earth, or to be in the immediate environment or proximity with others. You have come to believe over time that you should love, care, nurture, and provide, and it will also be repaid to you, right? Still talking about the Sagittarius energy, the SG. But in your previous life experiences, things did not um, pan out the way you had instinctually foreseen them or instinctually desired them to. In the course of your life, this is how the Sagittarius is grown, Jupiter grown, Sagittarius understanding, Jupiter growth. In your life, Nancy, you have learned through being let down by the house before, which is Scorpio, the other's response, emotional response to my emotional demands. So, you have, remember, Sagittarius represents the intellectual development. Uh, it's intellectual, it's another word, but intellectual development occurred because of people that did not align with you. Um, you learned from, failed endeavors on the matter of being, I'll say, co-supportive. You failed, you know, in your past life experiences. You've been, what is it called? You've been betrayed. All of these things when you try to execute that primordial need, or to satisfy it. So now you come to understand, remember Jupiter and Sagittarius, you come to understand that, you may, love may not, that old traditional, I'll say family unit or community unit and working together may not be um, correct. That's my current level of understanding with Sagittarius. And so I have that, the second house, I possess that understanding. And to some degree, it is to protect me because I have lived and learned with Sagittarius. But I still got this primordial need, which is this, how can I say, I sum it up in the term desperation because it's a drive. It's very difficult to tackle this portion of ourself as hidden as deep, that primordial need, or want or longing. It's like a requirement. And so I have that. So when confronted with this current phone call, this current unfolding, because it's unfolding, this is the beginning, and the first and second house is the beginning, it's the onset. It's unfolding life experience, still having that primordial need to have that even exchange as far as support, but yet have learned through past life experiences that that is not something that everyone appreciates or is willing to work toward. There are people that will act like they do, but then breach that contract. Now you know that, but you still got that primordial need. So that primordial need rules. It prevails, and so I push forward into this unfolding life experience, the phone call. And so I enter into a contract, whether it's written or unwritten, with the person that was on the other line. To do what? To have a social exchange, in which what is exchange is support, the need for compassion and love and things like that. So that's the contract. And through that contract, me and that person, I will learn additional information. Hope that makes sense. And maybe you see why I'm using that example. Okay. So now we're going to move forward. And and I can, let me see, maybe I can say this is one, as you can see, the first and second house are um, chronic, chronological, chronological, moving clockwise, and therefore all of the majority of the relationship between the first and second house ranges between, maximum is between 1 and I'll say 59 degrees. And so that is what is called, I think, is it a sextile? Can't remember everything. You need to have a, oh my God, like a lot of notes or charts that have the information readily available for you. When I say charts, I'm talking about how planets relate to each planets relate to each other, how what the degrees or the degree of separation means. And so right now I'm looking at the degree of separation and trying to get a loose uh, understanding of the degree of separation that can occur between the first and second house. And as mentioned, the degree of separation that can occur between the first and second house is 1 degree to, I think, 59 degrees. No, can't be that much. 1 degree to 29 degrees of separation. And that is, I want to say, called a semi-sextile. A semi-sextile can occur between these two houses. But it's not just these two houses. It's between the first and the second house, the second and the third house, the third and the fourth, and so on and so on. Houses that sit side by side, I'll say. Um, and this semi-sextile that I'm speaking of, again, the degree range between 1 degree and I believe 29 degrees. And we're just going to sum it up with 30 degrees. As a semi-sextile. Anyway, this energy of the semi-sextile offers enthusiasm. It is very supportive energy. I was trying to see if I had. Nope, I didn't even finish writing it down. I'm gonna write it down. Maybe next time. I had to say something for the next time we interpret. And so it's very supportive energy. What am I saying? What am I really saying when I say that it's very enthusiastic, it's very supportive energy? Well, my primordial need is being fed or offered to be fed or to be pacified by this unfolding experience of once again being able to move forward and to execute that exchange of support. It's being fed. So it's complementary. I'm hungry for the social supportive exchange, and life gives the opportunity. Second house, to feed that innate urge. So hopefully that made sense. So I want to move forward, and what did I do? The wrong thing. And talk about the next house. We started here at the first house, which talked about one's primordial need or deep emotional responses to other person's demands or circumstances or situations. Moving in, we could say, to an opportunity. The opportunity is brought on by past life experiences. Uh, and we can say here it comes again, and it offers a person an opportunity to grow. How could I grow? How could I grow? During this unfolding or current life experience, I could learn that what it is to really have that social exchange of support, and it can be positive. It just depends on how I personally relate to the current astrological energy. Or I can enter into this contract once again, something that's kind of reoccurring in my life, and I could be reminded that these, social exchanges of support can't work. Can't work. And so that will be kind of a negative experience or scenario relative to myself, or anyone, keeping with that example the example I've been offering. And so, it varies. Again, it varies. What ends up manifesting really in one's life depends on how they personally relate to the current astrological energy. And so that's somewhat of a mystery until we start looking at my personal birth chart and how it is personally relating to the current astrological energy. Moving on. Okay. The next house is the third house, and you can see the red arrow at the third house. So we're going to talk about the third house. Pay attention. You don't see the number 3 here. The house before, you saw the number 2. Here, you don't see the number 3. Let me try to do this. I'm going to show the next house. Oh gosh, I keep going the wrong way. I can't see it. And so now I'm showing you this house. And I'm doing so for a reason. Because this house here, which is the second house, you see the number 2. Moving clockwise, chronologically, this should be house number 3. But house number 3 is not here. It is in this next house that I have blown up over here. But we gotta go back. See, it's getting complicated, huh? But it's not that I'm confused. It's just a lot of layers to look at when you're dealing with astrology. A lot of layers. And so I just wanted to show you that. Let's go back to this third house. Third house, where the 3 is not there. How can we look at this house that doesn't have a house number, but it's supposed to be the third house? It's supposed to be. Well, we can look at it because it sits between that second house that is labeled in the last square, second house that we were talking about, Sagittarius. And it sits on the other side of it is the third house, Aquarius. We ain't got the third house, Aquarius, yet. So we can think of that, this particular house that we're about to interpret as on the cusp, or in between houses. Is something taking place. So let's talk about that in between house energy. In between houses, what do I mean? I'm talking about if this alignment that you see on the board expanded is sitting between the second house and the third house. What does that cuspy energy mean? It suggests that because I'm going to be the example through the rest of this video. I think it'll make it easier. That I have something that I possess. What is it that I possess that we've discovered thus far? I have an understanding about what it means to try to collaborate with another in order to gain and to offer emotional support. Okay? And physical support. I have a level of awareness about that. That's what I got. And because I have that in my repertoire, I think is a word, or my arsenal with the second house. As I move through this currently unfolding life experience, it's going to have an impact upon the third house. The third house represents my immediate environment, my world, my various small social groups, um, those people that I frequent, the familiar spirits, the places in my immediate environment. In short, my immediate reality is going to have an impact on me. Okay? So let's talk about this house that sits between what I already know and what is about to take place and change. Oh, that place. This is what this house is. Well, what you see is the letters, initial CP. And CP is short for Capricorn. Now, Capricorn represents our personal career focus, our personal and unique ambitions as individuals. It represents our, current reputation, where we are, as well as our social status, and how we may try to enhance our social status. Capricorn also relates to, remember, Capricorn has, I'm going to say, three parts to it. I always want to say four, three. Keep it simple. Try to keep it simple. Three parts. We have the frontal part of Capricorn, which is more of the man. He's a simple man. He could be a very, no, the goat is a simple one. The goat is a simple one. So I like to talk about the goat energy, which is the midriff of Capricorn. That's more of the simple type of man. It's a man that runs on those innate instincts and innate drives, and it's about this basic primordial need to survive. And it's slow, steady, intentional. It can't make no mistakes. It gotta eat. It gotta have a roof. It gotta have, the bare basics in life. That's that mama goat. The frontal part of Capricorn represents the man. And this is when a man evolves out of that more instinctual drive to survive. And and it's not intuitive anymore. Trusting, as long as I work hard and do this, it goes into this consciousness with the frontal part of Capricorn. This consciousness that is very calculating, capitalistic, very materialistic. And I often refer to this part of the Capricornian energy as the entrepreneur. This person can be very dangerous if this energy is misused. They're calculating. They can be manipulative and those kind of things. They are very intentional. That's the word that really goes here. Intentional. Where the other half, the goat part of Capricorn that I was talking about, is more instinctual. They going with the instinct, the urge, the flow, in the moment, with the primary goal of accomplishing, their ambition of, I got to survive, I got to have food, or so it's almost like a fear based, to me, Capricorn to some degree energy, where the man part or the human part of the Capricorn, again, is very intentional. And it is just not about survival. It's about advancing. It is about getting that reputation enhanced and that status and things like that. So it's very intentional, and it can be very ruthless. And then the final part of Capricorn is the fish's tail at the end, or the sea goat's tail. And that's a higher spiritual expression of Capricorn, in which a person starts to truly understand that their works in this physical world have an impact upon them, their psyche, others and their psyche, as well as the state of our soul. And I compare this to, give you an example of this energy. It's like a person works for an abortion clinic, and or owns an abortion clinic. That would be more of the entrepreneurial Capricornian energy, capitalistic, what do you call it, taking advantage of, circumstances, situation, where that higher expression of Capricorn, the seagull's tail, represents a person's, like, wake up one morning like, oh my God, to run or own or work at a abortion clinic is destroying lives, and is changing the whole fabric of my reality, and they become aware of like, I can't do that because, it is anti-life, it is, cause emotional problems to a person. So that's the highest expression of Capricorn, where you realize your physical worldly works have a true deep impact, long lasting impact upon yourself, as well as others in humanity. And so what am I saying about Capricorn? One can have a career either from that instinctual goat level, or from the entrepreneurial level, or from that more divine expression of Capricorn. Their career lines up with who they are on a deep metaphysical level, you know. Um, and then remember, it is about the ambitions that you have, your personal, unique ambitions line up with who you are on, we'll say, a spiritual level or metaphysical level. The highest expression of Capricorn, that seagull tail, are going to have certain ambitions, and they're going to pursue it a certain way. That mountain goat, that is a very instinctual and kind of riding a wave with the like a primal fear of survival, are going to partake in certain careers and ambitions and things like that. They're going to try to have a particular type of reputation. They're going to have a type of reputation or status in society, and they're going to move forward based on that. And that entrepreneurial, the man part of Capricorn, that entrepreneurial, intentional, capitalistic, materialistic person, are going to be willing to have certain career fields and inner career fields. They're going to have certain ambitions. They're going to go about it a certain way. They're going to have, relative to them, a particular social status and things like that, and reputation that precedes them. And so that's what Capricorn represents. So, going back, remember, this is a cuspy energy. It's between the second and the third house. What does one possess that they will be working in this world that will change their world? Let me see if I can offer you an example. Then I'm going to go in and try to create an example relative to myself to try to keep this flowing. What does a person have? Do they have, example, a sense of entitlement that they will be using, as, let's say, a sense of entitlement as the, I think of it as the lower expression of Capricorn, intentional, capitalistic, and materialistic, because that this example is again narcissistic um, and has a sense of entitlement, and so they're going to do certain works in this world, that capitalistic, intentional, materialistic Capricorn is going to do energy. Is going to do particular works in this world because they deserve to have what they have. They deserve to have the best, whatever the case may be. They deserve to be looked at, have seats of influence and be affluent in the world. And they will do so by any means necessary. And the area of work allows them to be in the limelight. And so they go do their works. And their works will what? Change their reality as well as the rest of the world. That's an example. Before I go and add myself, an example using myself, I want to break down the planetary energies that are present here in this cuspy house. You see there's SAR, which is Saturn retrograde, at 13 degrees 55. Remember, we must change those degrees into astrological signs. And so 1355 lines up with, if my calculations are right, with Virgo energy. Virgo. This is about to get a little more complicated. Buckle your seatbelt. What does Virgo mean? Virgo represents details. It represents taking account or taking into account. It represents being analytical, particular, nitpicky. About what? The works, Capricorn. About what? Capricorn. The works that you do. This is where it gets tricky. Remember, when we deal with astrology, it is talking about how an individual, how each of us, are relating to this physical realm at any given time. And how to say, astrology is like a blueprint to help us pull ourselves out of the lower vibrational energies of our experience into higher expressions so that we can evolve. And that uh, that attempt to uplift us, to break us out of our material prison, you know, the mindset, the physicality of it, that lower vibration, to break us out, to get us to vibe higher, is really shown here with the energy of Capricorn. The works that you do in this physical world have an impact. And so the details of Virgo, the 1355 Virgo, the details are different for me than they are for you. It is different for every individual in this world. Astrology can be complicated because there's so many layers. You work with so many layers. So now we're on a more advanced level in which there are many layers. Virgo talks about all of the details associated with a person and therefore the works that they do. Keeping with the example that I was offering about a very narcissistic, self-entitled person doing the works that correlate with who they are, there are no bars hold. The primary goal is to achieve, to advance in one's career, or to reach one's ambition, or to enhance one's reputation or status, to make more money, etc., etc. But that's a very, very low vibrational existence. It doesn't matter how rich a person is. It doesn't matter how famous a person is. Not in the spiritual realm. Very low vibration. And remember, all of this astrology is about showing us the blueprint to ascending. How do you ascend from such a low vibrational reality? Well, relative to Capricorn, you have to ascend to the Capricornians, the seagull part of them, the seagull's tail, to understand the impact of your works in this world. So, what are the details that a person must go through in order to rise from that narcissistic, self-entitled, capitalistic, materialistic person that is wealthy or famous? What must they go through? What must they adjust in their life to ascend to that higher expression, the highest expression of Capricorn? That is what SAR, Saturn retrograde, at 13 degrees 55 mean. What are those details? And Saturn retrograde says, okay, in the course of that individual's life, they're going to keep having life experience that try to refine them. Retrograde. Many people say that retrograde is synonymous with the ERs, the redos, the reevaluations, the this. In this case, it's refine them. What are the detailed experiences that a person such as that has to keep going through in various manifestations to refine him to this the higher expression? That's what it means. You know. Now let's look at the KE. Now KE is short for Ketu. And Ketu talks about them past life experiences. So let's talk about the past life experiences of our narcissistic, sense of entitlement, entrepreneur, capitalistic, materialist, who's wealthy or famous or whatever, and does whatever works to accomplish their goal. No bars hold, no sensitivity, you know, their past life. When you think about Cthulhu, you say, well, what consists of their past lives? Most times we don't know that about people. But it is a store. It is stored in all in our Akashi records. And Akashi records is like a memory foam, in consciousness that never forgets. All of those details created that person. Me. All the details associated with my past lives created me and who I am. On the Richter scale, I'll say, of life. Even in relationship to Capricorn, my works matter too. No matter how mediocre or how extensive my works are, they have an impact upon me, my reality, this world, and other people in humanity. And I too am called to rise to the highest expression of Capricorn in this physical world. My works are supposed to ascend. They're supposed to aid me. They're supposed to aid my reality. They're supposed to aid the world, etc., etc. And those details that are specific, there are details about what I have to do, what I need to experience in order to have me refine myself to get to that level. Katu, those past life experiences. You've done it before. You have attempted to pacify whatever it is in a past life. Meaning you tried, like for instance, like let's go back to Capricorn and the mountain goat. The one that's instinctual and going with the flow and had this primal fear and need to survive. That Capricorn energy has had so many life experiences in the past of what trying to satisfy the basic survival of this physical world. So many experiences that once wasn't satisfied, and so this time what happens with that dissatisfaction? Not only is it something that goes 2 houses back. When I say 2 houses back, 1, 2, or between, what would that be? About 60 degrees. I'm not going to try to be tight and accurate with the degrees. It's about 60 degrees apart. Something else that is supporting this discontent or the details about, I'm going to get mixed up. Let me finish Cthulhu. So, Cthulhu represents those past lives and the attempts that have been made to pacify the demands, of life or in order to advance. We had our chance at it. And most times it's dissatisfactory. We could think of Cthulhu as something that we're full with in the world. We full of it in the world. Full of it, full of all the attempts we full. And so what we need here whenever we see Cthulhu is we need some spiritual understanding. We need some spiritual healing. We need to see it from the spiritual perspective or divinity's perspective. And so Cthulhu talks about when we start to have that opportunity to see it from a more divine perspective. Okay? And if you pay attention, Cthulhu is in the degree of 1520. 1520, the degree of 1520 corresponds, if my calculations are correct, and I hope they are, it lines up with Libra. We just talked about Libra. Libra being the scales of justice and there needing to be balance or even a fair exchange. That's what one needs. See, in life, still talking about Cthulhu, in life, we've tried so many different ways to relate to others, to collaborate with others, to have a fair exchange with others, and many times it ended in dissatisfaction or was fleeting. We need a higher understanding with Cthulhu of these, of relating to another or collaborating with another or finding balance. So let me try to sum up this house that's set on the cusp. It's something that we already possess that will change our reality. One of the things a few things that we discovered that we possess is our innate emotional instinct, needs, desires, fears, urges, those kind of things. Another thing that we discovered thus far is that You know, we have a preliminary belief and understanding um, that backs our uh, deep emotional state. We know why we feel the way we feel because we experience something. That, like, oh, well, okay, I feel that way because of those past life experiences. And now I'm called to move forward in life and have another set of life experiences. And this life experience that I have, I'm taking all that with me. And what I will experience will change or modify my reality in some way. Now, I know that based on astrology, is that I am supposed to evolve. I don't know. I'm being funny here. What is not hypocritical, but I can't think of the word. You know, I know I'm supposed to evolve, but what's the chances? Anyway, I know I'm supposed to evolve, um, but I don't know how to. In the physical, this is what this how in the physical, I don't know how to. But there's something that is unseen that is compelling me, assisting me, giving me the opportunity to ascend. Now I done tried on my own, like Katu at 15 degrees 20 to do the best I can. And it always ends in not failure, disappointment. It just doesn't pan out the way that, life is suggesting it should, that I should ascend. It's not doing it by my works. And so life is giving me the opportunity to, you know, refine myself. Refine myself. Will I this time around or won't I? Not sure. But one thing we can be assured of as we move into the next house is that there will be some changes to my reality. Next house. Now I say it. I just wanted to summarize that. What was I summarizing? All that long-windedness. I was offering an interpretation of the first, second, and third house and their relativity to each other in order to offer a summary of the energies that we'll be dealing with in the month of September or the time surrounding it. At this time, I like to offer an interpretation relative to me as the example. Back to me as an example. Nancy, I do have some deep emotional, primal, or primordial emotional needs. And my primordial emotional needs manifest in this physical world as me desiring or have come to believe that I should be able to have a fair exchange with others in the form of emotional and physical support. But in the course of my life, I have discovered that that is a hard feat to accomplish, we'll say. I have been let down, contracts have been breached, etc., etc., and now I've come to feel some type of way about the very thing that I long for. But once again, I am called into a life experience that touches that area of my life. And because I am, it comes from a primordial or primal place, I am compelled to move forward in that place. But now I'm not naive anymore. My mind is not under the delusion that I can truly have a fair exchange with another in a form of emotional and physical support. I've been let down so many times, and I may have failed others. But nonetheless, I'm going to move forward. And when I move forward into this new contractual agreement in that particular area of life, I'm going to learn more. Will it be good or bad? Well, that depends on how I relate to the current astrological energies based on who I am. But I'm going to move forward. And whatever even, I would say, what I believe now, you know, um, is going to change after this experience. In the course and after this experience, it's going to change. It's going to change me. It's going to change my world. It is going to have an impact upon the world outside of my immediate environment. That's the reality of it. But as I move through this current life experience or soon to unfold life experience, I'm going to be working from the depth of who I am. Either I'm going to be the narcissistic, capitalistic, materialistic individual, no bars over, that entrepreneurial energy, or I'm going to be, I'm going to work through this situation instinctual and, going with the flow, and it's about surviving, or depending on who I am. I will move through with the highest expression of the Capricornian energy, understanding that my works have an impact upon me, my life, my world, the others, and the world at large. And so I move through. However I move through, no matter how I move through, it is guaranteed it will change my reality. Now, on to the next house. Of course, we're still moving in chronological order, and we're moving clockwise. Where the red arrow is, shows the next house. And the next house is supposed to be, well, I can't say it's supposed to, which it is in the fourth house position, I'll say that. But as you can see, it's labeled in the expanded box, the third house. And we see the third, who is currently in the third house is the sign of Aquarius. And so we're going to begin to interpret this particular box or house, in order to get an understanding about the astrological energy that exists in the house. And so the third house represents our local environment. It represents our immediate environment and all that it consists of. It represents the roads, the byways, the houses, the people, the stores, the contents. Like where I live, there are a lot of liquor stores and churches and small churches and church fronts, and it's a variety of neighborhoods. It's areas that have few houses, and in my immediate environment, there's a lot of land and different things like that. I could talk about some of the trees that have been, cut down, and other areas is overgrown right in this immediate environment. I'm talking about my siblings that visit, my aunts and uncles and cousins, the various people in my neighborhood and or community. The third house represents the shared mind frame. We have a shared mind frame, therefore we live in the same environment. We may cut our grass at the same time. We may have a block club. Our kids may go to school from K through 12 together. This is the third house. This is our immediate reality. This is a shared reality. The third house, I could say naturally, is governed by or occupied by the sign of Gemini. Gemini is ruled by the sign Mercury. So we're talking about quick energy. We're talking about high-witted energy. We're talking about a lot of things in motion. How does this relate to the third house here? It's that coming and going. from home to work to the school to the grocery store, everything in a minute. In your immediate environment that you do quite often. You do it often all the time. You walk in your house, you throw your hands up at your neighbors and you say, hi, how you doing? And you keep it moving. It's that kind of energy. You run into the block club, you run out of the block club, you go to the pharmacy, and so that's the kind of energy. That's that, again, intimate, shared reality that you have with a particular soul group. And in that house is Aquarius. So what does Aquarius suggest? Aquarius has a lot of connotations. Aquarius um, overall represents like a large social network. It's the world at large. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, so it's very futuristic. It can be idealistic. It can be very, how can I say, innovative. Innovative with Uranus is Aquarius, really very innovative. And what I'm talking about, the changing large world. Overall the world changes. And there's so many people, and right now in humanities it's reported to be 7.5 plus billion people in the world. That's Aquarius. Aquarius represents, the enlightenment that we have as far as the evolution of the technology and science, and all those kind of things are associated with Aquarius. Aquarius also is connected with large social groups like the church we go to and the congregation we sit in, the maybe the book clubs we're a part of, other organizations, institutions, friendships, just any large social network that we can join in order to, like what do they call it, special interest groups, because we have a common interest that we all can work on and contribute to and get that moving, as well as to pacify something for ourselves on a very selfish level. That's all that, is what Aquarius embodies. And so what happens when we put Aquarius here in the third house? We're talking about the world's impact upon each of our lives and therefore our reality. Like when a special interest group, how about this, a political special interest group makes a major move or reform, it has an impact upon people on a more microscopic level within their immediate environment, and therefore it may change the person's life or some person's life in a particular area, in a particular environment, and therefore it changes that reality. Then there is the opposite effect of how each small unit, each small cell, each small social circle, each community, whatever takes place there, contributes to the overall well-being or state of humanity or the world overall. So when we deal with this particular house here, that chronologically is the fourth house. When I say chronologically, I'm talking about from this first house with the black line, the ascent. If we count over to that house, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving clockwise and chronologically from the ascent, it is, as far as the format, the fourth house. But the way the planets or the astrological alignments or the planetary bodies are aligning, it is in actuality a third house Aquarius. And I make complications of astrology, in astrology. So, but the reason why I'm trying to point this area out, because this is the first point where we start to have conflict or struggle or some problems cropping up or some type of tension, some kind of combative energy. And this conflict or this crisis or uh, this red flag, maybe we can say, crops up because this particular house that is blown up on the side, a third house Aquarius, is aspecting the first house at a 90-degree angle. 90-degree angle is strife. Squaring, not squaring off. Yeah, squaring off. It is strife. Is some type of conflict, some type of stressor. It could be a stressor. That's an excellent word, stressor. And so let's count: 30, 60, 90 degrees of separation equal some form of stress. So right now, we're going to talk about what's the stress? What's the stress? Go back to the first house. A person is moving forward, motivated, or driven by their deep emotional needs or innate instincts or primal urges. It's selfish. It's self-seeking. But over here, we talking about the world and what the world wants. We talking about the world and the world's impact upon our reality, or even what the world is expecting from us. You know what I'm saying? This is selfish. This is in self, coming from self. This is coming from outside of self. Conflict. Hold on, stop. I don't want to satisfy you. I got to do me. I got to do me. Did mine. So, I apologize if you notice a glitch, but I was interrupted once again. But I did anticipate being interrupted a few times, as I knew that this particular video would be long. I already knew that. Very timely, time consuming when doing astrological interpretations. And so we just talked about the Aquarius in the third house being 90 degrees away from the first house. So it's challenging to the self. It's challenging to a person's deep psychological state. It's challenging to how a person is, like programmed to respond to circumstances and situations. So this aspect is challenging. But at the same time, this particular house about how we contribute into humanity and we have an impact upon humanity and existence and life overall, as well as how the outside world has an impact upon our own intimate reality, is closely linked with the prior two houses. Remember, the house before the third house in Aquarius house is that cuspy house between the second and the third house that talks about what a person possesses and how what one possesses or gains to their arsenal is going to change their world. And it was a focus on in this house where you see the red triangle, red pointer, is that it's about our works in the world. Each of our works contribute into the world, and it changes from the root or from our immediate reality. It changes that there first, and then it blossoms and has an impact upon the world at large. These two houses, this cuspy house as well as the currently expanded box house, are within, we'll say 30 degrees plus or minus a bit of each other. And so they support each other. So I just kind of want to talk about supporting energy. Not only do these two houses support each other, this house that we have expanded, Aquarius in the third house, is also supported. The energy is supportive with the house here, which is the second house. So let me try to explain or interpret what I mean. Now, remember, the second house talks about what we already possess in our arsenal of understanding based on previous life experiences. And those experiences that we're about to have are going to allow us to grow even more. So, what experiences are we about to have that are going to allow us to grow more? That's what it means for it to relate or to be an easy, harmonic, astrological flow of energy. Well, we already know that we're about to grow from some experience, and experience is the influence of outside stimuli into our lives. That's the easy flow. That's the harmony between, or harmony between the Aquarius in the third house and the second house Sagittarius, which we can say are like 60 degrees plus or minus a separation, or 60 degrees. I said I wasn't going to try to pinpoint points, but 60 degrees of separation is an agreement. Now, talking about Aquarius in the third house relative to this cuspy energy. Remember, when it came to this Capricornian energy, that cuspy house between the second and third house, it says, okay, we are called by divinity or by life to ascend to the highest expression of Capricorn, understanding that our works in this world have an impact upon us, our souls, the other people in the world, and their souls. You know, that's the goal. And so, how do we advance in that goal? How do we get the fine, intricate details to refine us? It is through the resistance of the house next to us, which is the Aquarius third house. So it's assisting. These houses are assisting each other. They are harmonic, harmonious. It's making it easy. The experiences that we have are making it easy for us is making it easier for us to have the experiences that we need in order to help evolve us or advance us in life. Hope that makes sense. Now, at this time, we're going to move to the next house. Boom. And the next house is the fourth house. Fourth house. Now, I want to point out so that you're not confused that we started here as the first house with this black line. Didn't mean to. With this black line, which represents the ascent, the start, the beginning, the initiation, the onset of predetermined life experiences, house one, and we move clockwise and chronologically. So this is our first house, second house, third house, fourth house, but don't get confused. This would be the fifth house. However, in reality, the way the planetary bodies are aligned in the sky, this is how it looks. And so now, based on the reality of the planetary layout, that blueprint up there, this is the actual fourth house energy. This is the boundaries, I'll say, of the fourth house. Because it's like a clock, multiple clocks working at the same time. I don't really know how to articulate what is really taking place, but it's like multiple clocks overlapping, each moving at their own speed. I'll say that. And due to the various clocks moving at their own speeds, cause some, I'll say, obscured overlapping. That's what you're experiencing as we move forward relative to, the houses not appearing to chronologically move forward, but they do. Again, I don't know how to articulate that. So anyway, we're about to move into the next house. And the next house is the fourth house. It's Pisces in the fourth house. So let's first interpret the fourth house, then we'll interpret Pisces, then we'll interpret the meaning of the moon as well as the degree of 2645. 4. The fourth house. The fourth house is the house that refers to one's ancestral line. It refers to their homeland, where their roots are planted, where they sprung up from. It represents who they were reared by and what kind of rearing they received, or upbringing they received. In that upbringing or rearing, the question is, did a person feel or were they given emotional support, love? Were they fed? Were they housed? Were they clothed? Were they hugged? Were they a part of a base or foundational root or family? Many times, the person that offers the majority of our emotional support, but it's not always, is like the mother or the grandmother. And so that's what the fourth house embodies. Where is a person now after their life experience thus far? Where are you? Now, it starts there, in the early years, with the home, the family, the mom, the grandma, or whoever, or from whom the emotional support is offered, if any. But it continues to this emotional state that we have, that sense of emotional security and feeling support, evolves as we live. What do I mean? I mean, like, hey, if you continue throughout your life to have support and love and feel like you belong, and you got a roof over your head, and you got some place to go if all else fails, you got somebody to shoulder to lean on, to cry on, somebody to talk to, that you can allow yourself to be vulnerable and not feel like you're going to be backstabbed. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But not all the time is that the case. But then you could go through a phase in your life in which you meet people, extended family and things like that. Parents die, the family dynamics change, all those kind of things. And it could lead a person for their emotional state to suffer. Not feel as supported, not feel as loved. You might end up, as some people at some point in life, if you don't make it, you ain't got nowhere else to go get no food. You ain't got another house you can go to, like if your house burned up. You ain't got nowhere to go. And so that's what the fourth house embodies. And Pisces is occupying this house. Now, the symbol of Pisces are the two fish swimming in opposite direction. Another fact about Pisces is that it's a feminine sign. It's a water sign. So what do I mean by feminine and water, or water sign? Water represents the emotions, and it also, the femininity associated with Pisces represents being sensitive to something, receptive to something. Receptive to what? The fourth house, the home, the mother, the family, the impact of it. Those most recent emotional, what do you call it? Emotional, is the word I was looking for. Sorry for the pause. But, again, those various emotional experiences that we have, even with our loved ones, our significant others. Sometimes people get in relationships and their spouse or significant other or love interest almost seems like they move to crush them on an emotional level, not offering any emotional love or support, leading a person to feel vulnerable. So it's, where are you at this current time in your life? Moving into this energy on an emotional level. Anyway, back to the Pisces energy, because it's so sensitive. It's paying attention to all that. It's paying attention to the past. It has been impacted by the past, the rearing. It's been impacted upon those people that we have loved and trusted and depended on has been impacted. So currently you feel a particular type of way. Me, as an example, as a result of my past, I had a really great mom. I had a great childhood. I believe I was reared, my mom reared me successfully. And so it gave me a level of feeling wanted and loved. I ate what I wanted. I ate very well. I had a nice warm bed. We went places, things like that. And I felt secure. But then the time came that she passed away. There was still this level of security that existed. But then the next life experience happened. And I had my own family. And the person that I partnered with to be the head of my family, what can I say, betrayed me. And not only did they betray me in the course of that life experience, they were somewhat, I can say, cruel. As it seemed like, example, they moved to try to, I know it probably wasn't intentional, like I'm going to emotionally destroy her, but their actions and the way I took it, the way I felt it, and I perceived it, began to emotionally devastate me. And so at that time period, I was more emotionally weak. I was sensitive to what my mom offered me. I was sensitive to what my spouse offered me at that time. And for me, there was this balance due to such a powerful early upbringing that I wasn't totally destroyed emotionally. And so I continued. Anyway, back to this Pisces energy. Pisces also represents this intuitive nature, this not just intuitive but spiritual nature, spiritual essence, and of who I am at any given time. You know, let me talk about the phase in my life when I went through when I was challenged in love. And somebody that I truly trusted, somebody that I selected to be the head of my household, it had an impact upon my inner core, my essence. And that's Pisces, the inner core, the essence. This is another level of depth of a person. And how, who did I become as a direct result of that particular experience? Did I fall into darkness and suffer from depression? The answer relative to that time period was yes. But that is an example of what Pisces is. I talked about earlier on about the narcissistic person who has a sense of self-entitlement and how they move in the world to be an entrepreneur, to be successful in pursuit of their own personal interests and aims, and they'll do it by any means necessary, and their reputation means so much to them. They too move forward under this astrological energy, that example. And their reality will change. And there will be demands and influences upon them from the outside world that they really won't want to deal with because they're narcissistic. And so we move here to this place and talking about their foundational emotional development. And as a direct result of their emotional development and where they are on an emotional level, possibly self-serving to sum it up, but keeping with that example, that person again is going to perpetuate something in the world with Pisces. And it's coming from like the state of their soul, where it is now. The soul could be lost in darkness, but can't see that they're in darkness due to the light of the world, due to the fame, due to the fortune, due to the riches, due to the what they call it, the social norms or the social acceptables. They can't see that they're in the dark. And so that's what Pisces, kind of represents relative to this astrological alignment. Then the moon represents, it can represent the mother, the grandmother, remembers the matriarchal line. The moon also can represent a man's wife. But the moon overall represents one's emotional intelligence. Intelligence. With that narcissistic, self-entitled person, their emotional intelligence does not allow them to see that they may be toxic. It won't allow them to. Keep with my example, my emotional intelligence may allow me to see the truth that I have been hurt, and I am also an overcomer. You know, and so the moon is in the 2645 degree. So what does the 2645 degree correspond with? 26. That is Aquarius. The Aquarius. And Aquarius, remember, represents the world at large. It represents special interest groups. It represents friends, organizations. It represents like where society is actually. It represents where the future of humanity is headed, even technology. And so when we fuse the energy of the moon, the emotional intelligence, as well as the world at large, it talks about the emotional intelligence of the world. Where are we headed? You know, what are we capable of? Where are we now? What is our moral fiber? Those kind of things, our emotional fiber. Nowadays, it seems that humanity, especially in the United States, are we have a level of we're desensitized. That is a part of moon at 26 degree 45. We have again a desensitization due to being exposed, due to being exposed to a high in fluctuation um, of ills in the world. It's nothing to turn on the news and see somebody, you know, murdered or heard of them being kidnapped, held, raped, children being murdered, you know. And so we are emotionally desensitized under that energy. So just using that as an example of being emotionally desensitized with the moon in the 2645 degree. And it says, okay, um, if and this is just one example, one potential interpretation. If humanity at this point in time is emotionally desensitized, I mean, not if, the current emotional disposition of humanity is desensitized. So that's an example. Let's say that that level of desensitization to to horrors in the world. Where are you as a unique individual along that spectrum? Are you a person that doesn't even, uh, you know, what do you call it, shiver or bat an eye at the horrific ills of this world along that spectrum? Or are you a person that, you know, grows ill and sick when you see such things or you hear such horrific stories, you know? And so that was this astrological energy can be interpreted as. Another way to interpret this energy on an individual basis is to say, okay, where is your emotional intelligence? You know, what are your emotional intelligence? Because your emotional intelligence have been developed throughout the course of your life due to how secure or safe or nurtured or emotionally sensitive you are, or your emotional intelligence is based on your emotional disposition, and therefore we can presume uh, that there are certain things or circumstances or situations that will manifest into your reality as a direct result. Listen. Now, I want to talk about aspecting, how each house is relating. Right now, we're dealing with Pisces in the fourth house. How is it relating to the house before it? Oh, crap. Sorry. The house before it. How are these two houses relating? Remember, these houses are within 30 degrees of each other, and therefore they complement each other. The energies are assisting each other and making it happen. And so when we start talking about a person's inner emotional intelligence and what they're capable of dealing with, accepting, or not, it is relative to this house before that is supporting it and revealing a person's personal attribute, I'll say. As this house right here is remember, Aquarius in the third house. This is the world's impact into your immediate environment. What's being imposed into your environment? Like I was saying, the news. When we see horrific stories of people murdered, mowed down, kidnapped, hungry people, homeless people, all that kind of stuff, boom, into your life. How does it impact you? See, that energy, that the reality of our world, where we are, is sparking us to have a response, even if we're not aware of it. At this time, you're being sparked to have a response. It's like revealing one's hidden depth during this time, their hidden essence, or the state of their soul. That's how I summed up. And so, whatever's happening into the world or is being imposed into the world by others is sparking each of us. This house right here, which is that cuspy house with the Capricorn energy, is 60 degrees, roughly 60 degrees from the house that is currently enlarged. So how do these houses relate, or how are they relative? Well, first thing we know is that they complement each other, they support each other, they cause a easy flow between the energies at 60 degrees. And how to say, remember, this cuspy house talks about the works that a person does in this world and how they do what they do. Remember, either you can be the goat who works on instinct and drive, primal need to survive, or you could be the capitalistic Capricorn, materialistic by any means entrepreneur, or you could be the person that is the highest expression of Capricorn, that seagull's tail, where you understand the significance and the impact of your works in this world, and how each of us are being refined to do what? Ascend, to rise, to be the highest, more positive vibration of that energy, because we're not all there. And so that is assisting our the development of our emotional intelligence, And how is that a case? How is that a case? Let me see if I can, okay, a little more time before I need to pause again. Let's see. Let's say a person is that more ruthless, self-centered, narcissistic, sense of entitlement, entrepreneur, going after their personal aims and ambitions by any means necessary, where they're going to have their unique life experiences, especially tailor-made to them. And it is going to directly be, again, the result, because I think we talked about it, of their emotional intelligence at the time that they're executing that kind of energy. And at the same time, it is creating their future. It is also creating their future contributions into the world. It is also further having an impact upon their inner emotional state. Not only that, it's the outside, that's inward, it's the outside influence. Their works are going to have an impact upon others' reality. What ends up manifesting in the physical, it will have an impact upon the emotional disposition of others outside of themselves, whether family, friends, the world at large, social groups, whoever. It just pushes out into the world layer after layer. These are the type of changes that are promised to take place in the second house. I think it was the second house. Yeah, with a change reality. And also in the third house. Promises for changes to one's reality. And a lot of these changes, life is progresses so slowly that you really can't see what's happening, before your eyes. But based on thus far on what we've interpreted relative to September 2019's astrological alignments, or astrological energies, it seems like, we're kind of in a blind, it seems to me, because many times, again, we can't see what's happening in the real physical world. What seems to be spotlighted is the inner impact, the unseen impact it is having upon the world, as well as the human beings that create humanity. It's having impact upon us as individuals as well as a collective. That's what it seems to me. Now, another thing I want to look at is I'm going back up here to the enlarged house, which is the fourth house, Pisces. Talking about the emotional intelligence, emotional disposition, and how it will manifest into the world one way or another. It is 90 degrees. Remember, having a hard time. Not energies are not flowing well. They are not highly compatible energies. They're not compatible energies. It's going to be some challenges. What sign is 90 degrees from it? Let's go back. 30, 60, 90. What is this energy, the emotional disposition, not getting along with? Well, we have to remember the interpretation of the second house about what we have. We presume will satisfy us or pacify us in some way. Remember, we have our collective life experiences that have led us to believe certain things or have an understanding about our primordial needs, our deepest emotional and psychological wants and needs, desires, etc., etc. We have some what do they call it? I always call this the what do I call it? I call it the I'm trying to think. It's a term that I use, a statement that I use relative to it's a reference point. So we have a reference point that leads us to have a particular mindset about some subject matter or area in our life, and the subject area of our life is, again, back to those emotional needs that we have, and if they're from where they come from, we're driven by. Again, it's that primordial or primal and innate urges, desires, and emotions that we have. That's what we got. We got that understanding because we don't live and learn. And yeah, we got to move into these current life, unfolding life experiences, and we gonna learn some more. And it does not rock well with, the current disposition, emotional disposition or intelligence of our current reality overall. And so, how can I interpret that or summarize that to make it make sense relative to our reality? Is that in our world we have become some selfish, self-seeking, self-serving individual people. Individualism is supreme now, and we really don't know how to care about another. You know, those kind of things. We don't care about another. Um, and so, how can I say this? And so remember, with the second house of Sagittarius, it's saying that we have to interact with another. Here, based on what humanity has become, individual and humanity have become, we don't want to interact with each other. Um, you know, especially on a deep emotional level, dealing with deep emotional things. And we do not, you know, in our right mind, want another to come into our lives and like spark emotional, uh, emotionally charged situations. Emotionally charged situations. And emotionally charged situations emerge because each of us have our own unique um, urges that we're or desires that we're trying to satisfy. Primal urges and desires that we're trying to satisfy. And so that's why it doesn't, again, get along. It's like it's me or them. And life is like it's calling us together to have these experiences. We always have had to interact with others. That's a part of the state of being in this physical world. But at this time, these kind of interactions or changes are highlighted. And not only are they highlighted, the purpose of this area of our lives being highlighted tells us why. And the reason why we have discovered through interpreting the stars, you know, these stars over the last few months, is because they are the trigger to force us to what? Evolve. Okay. Well, let's move on to the next house. The next house. The next house, as you can see, um, covers two houses. It is the fifth house and the sixth house. And Aries is present amongst these two houses. Now let's talk about Aries first because Aries represents you. Aries is a warrior. Aries represents vigilance. It represents the animated body moving forth in a life experience. Um, and it represents your vital life force energy, just like bursting forth. Now, the fifth house is the house of Leo. And the fifth house represents how one um, expresses themselves or imposes themselves in the world. The fifth house represents how one allows their light to shine, their little light to shine into the world. Um, the fifth house represents one's creative energy or creative expression and how it manifests into the world. And so the details associated with how a person expresses themselves in the world, of course, is unique to who they are as an individual. But examples are some people may be drama kings or queens, and or they may be in the theater. Other people may be high rollers or take a lot of risk and gamble and do different things like that. Other people may be business owners, bossy, flamboyant. It's just how we push ourselves into the world. The fifth house also corresponds to one's ego and the state of their ego and how um, the ego demands to be acknowledged and, of course, appreciated. Where the sixth house, it represents the sixth house, that was the fifth house energy. Now we're going to talk about the sixth house energy. the sixth house energy talks about is occupied traditionally with the basic format of astrological alignment. I don't want you to get mixed up. That's the basic. So what we're talking about, what's actually going on and what's transiting in the sky, you know, at this current time. So the sixth house represents one's day-to-day routine and all that they have to do what? Satisfy the demands of man, life, and God. What do you got to do? Of course, those details are unique to you as a unique individual person. But examples are everything from getting up, taking your hygiene, brushing your teeth, combing your hair, wash your hair, wash the clothes, go to school, go to work, come home, do homework, go to the cleaners, you know, everything. Go to the doctor's office, maybe go out and jog or walk or da 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 da. It also represents you taking care of your pets, your parakeet, your fish, your dogs, your animals. It's tending to those that can't help themselves. Maybe it could be a bum on the corner that you go give $1 to or something, you know, or give somebody a ride or whatever you do from day to day. You know, join it, go attend a PTA meeting or whatever. I don't know, whatever you do from day to day. And so remember, Aries represents you. We can say in short, just to shorten it up, it represents you moving through life. Boom, I'm going to go out here day to day and do what I do. And as I do what I do, whatever that list of things are, you know, sometimes it changes. That's why the sixth house is mutable. You know, it change. You never know. Might supposed to be one place and end up having to go another place. But, you know, so you out here doing what you do. And while you do what you do, you are ego is exerting itself. Your will is exerting itself. How is your will exerting itself day after day when you go out here? Well, let's say hypothetically one of the things on your agenda to accomplish or to satisfy is to go pay a utility bill. That's what you got to do. That's on the agenda for today. The to-do list. So you go out to pay the bill. How do you impose your will into the world? You impose your will into the world under that example of I want to keep my utilities on, so I'm going in here and get these people my money. If you're a risk taker, you might go give them a bad check. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, you know, kind of give you examples of how this energy, you know, manifests in reality, day-to-day work. You want to keep your utilities on. And how do you impose that, keeping your energy on into the world? Well, you might not have the money, or you might have the money, but you don't want to give it to your utility company. You might go out there and use your vital life force energy to turn it on yourself. You know what I'm saying? To override them. You know, and so it's just how you express yourself in the world. So that was pretty easy. So now we're going to talk about the relationship between this particular house and the house before it, because they are in agreement, as they are like 60 degrees, 30 degrees apart. And so in some way, some form or fashion, they support each other. So you're moving out to this world, day-to-day routine, doing what you got to do, imposing your will into the world. You know, and remember, Pisces represents the predetermined unfolding life experience. Predetermined, unfolding, predetermined life experiences. Starting off, they start. And so now we know that life is, you still alive. You say you still alive. You get up in the morning, you got to go, what? Make it happen. You get up, you make it happen. You get up in the morning, as an example, and you feel some type of way. You may feel like, keeping with the example I was given, I got to be warm. In order for me to be emotionally secure and stable where I am, I got to be warm. Or I got to be able to be cool, so I got to have my air conditioner on. And the bill due, if I don't pay, it's getting cut off. And so your emotional intelligence makes you understand that your sense of physical security is attached to your emotional security. And so your emotional security is attached to your physical security. In order to ensure physical security, you got to get up and go do what you got to do, which is to what? Go pay that utility bill or override them or do whatever you got to do. That's what it represents. This energy about doing what you got to do from day to day and imposing your will in the world is 60 degrees away from Aquarius in the third house. Remember, Aquarius in the third house with these these alignments being 60 degrees apart, you know, roughly, they support each other. And so, how does this support each other? Doing what you got to do. Well, Aquarius in the third house talk about everybody else, all outside stimulus coming in on you, wow, pushing in on you, and you also having the the right to state your claim and what you want and push it into the world, and you too are a contributor to our reality, whether it's local or broad. And so here, with the current house that we're looking at, um, I say here, with the current house we're looking at, it supports this house because it gives you the opportunity to get up and do what you got to do to make the change, to submit your contribution, whatever it may be, to this world, whatever it is, And so I kind of want to go back to me because I'm trying to see what's going on. And so where did I leave off talking about myself? I was talking about past life experiences and who I've come to be and the demand that is placed on me now. And based on what I do during this cycle of life will change my reality. And it also will be a response to the demands of the overall world, um, you know, on my life, as well as I'm like pushing back on the world and saying I'm doing what I'm going to do, which is like I'm doing what I'm going to do. And now, so I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Once again, I'm open up my life to assist another, hoping that there is a fair exchange of emotional and physical support. That's what I'm going to do. And Pisces says, okay, well, there are going to be certain life experiences that are going to unfold. Um, as you, Nancy, have your emotional intelligence and you have a particular emotional disposition, and the people that you will be interacting with during this scene in your life, they also have their own unique emotional intelligence, and they have their own unique emotional disposition. And so Pisces says that whole stew is going to create the reality to unfold. There are going to be events and circumstances and situations that crop up due to those differing emotional, um, again, dispositions and intelligence. And whatever occurs for me, as well as for them, we will move forward and impose our will into the world forcefully, day by day, in everything we do, every step we take, every decision we make to address man, life, or God. We are going to, impose our will. And this is a part that gets me in trouble. As you can see, this is the fifth house. And this is going into another level we're not going to go deep into, but I'm just curious about what's about to occur in my life. And so I'm going here. And so you don't have to pay this attention. I'll let you know when you can step back in and really pay attention. But for me, I'm looking at this fifth house energy, how one imposes themselves in the world or executes their ego into the world. My ascent in my birth chart is Leo. And so I'm a power to contend with. I'm a power to contend with. Um, Ego, first house Leo suggests, being regal and a level of vanity, a level possibly of negatively expression, a negatively expressive self-interest. And so this kind of describes who I could be in this upcoming cycle. Very forceful, very demanding, very bossy, but I can also be very creative. I can be very genuine and protective with that Leo energy. I can be a leader, you know, a leader, very intentional. With fire, I can be persuasive, or forceful and violent. It just depends on what ends up, manifesting, the unique details that manifest. And so I digress from talking about myself right now in order to see what's going on may go on in my life in the near future. And so I go back because we're talking about um, moving forth and doing what you got to do the way you do it, imposing your will day to day to address the demands of man, of life, and of God. This energy is 30, 60, 90 degrees against that cuspy energy of Capricorn that wants me to grow up. It wants me to grow up. It wants me to spiritually mature. Um, it points back to how, my works in this world have an impact not only upon myself but the world at large. Um, and how there are some detailed experiences that I need to have in order to refine me. It also, see, this 90 degrees goes back. It's kind of scary because okay, two here. It talks about I done had enough life experiences. I'm full. I done ate enough life experiences of trying to, have that fair exchange of emotional and physical support. Um, and I done had enough and it ain't went well. Well, this is 90 degrees from what I'm trying to do. I want to go well, but it might not. It might not. So, I do believe this is a brief experience. A little brief experience. Um, and so let's talk about that self-centered, egotistical, narcissistic, entrepreneurial energy of Capricorn. Very capitalistic energy, truly self-serving in our example. How could this manifest for them? Because they're pushing through bossy, forcefully, relentlessly to achieve their goals, to handle all their business, and they doing it. We know with the fifth house, they express themselves narcissistically, but it does not go very well with them rising or ascending. It doesn't go very well for their ascension process. It's kind of counterproductive. It's counterproductive, and so this alignment promises that there will be unique life experiences that will emerge that try to help them refine themselves in order to do what? Ascend. Will they or won't they? Who knows? But what we do know is that narcissistic and self-centered and self-focused individual, the Capricornian energy will persevere into this world, meeting the demands of life in their narcissistic, self-centered manner. That's what they're going to do. Ooh. Okay, let's go on to the next house. And let me see if I can find the next house, y'all. Told y'all this was going to be a long one, but we almost done. We almost done. Okay, we're going to probably do another 30 minutes or so. And maybe we'll be done. If not, then you will see a glitch because I'm going to take a booty break. Okay, let's move on. Now we're on to the seventh house. We have Taurus in the seventh house, so let's talk about the seventh house. The seventh house represents those contracts. Think of the physical paper contract. The contract. Who's on the top? You and another. Who? You and another institution. You, another person. You and whatever. And each of you entering your terms and conditions about why you are interacting, why you're involved, why you're in each other's lives. You have your terms and conditions that you want them to answer. If they can't answer them, you would prefer, of course, for them to say they can't. But in this real life world, people won't say that they can't answer your terms and conditions. They can't fulfill them. And so they would suggest or allow you to imagine that they can satisfy or will attempt to pacify your demands. Sometimes in contracts, people breach contracts, meaning they don't even do it. They just completely turn and walk away. Okay, and it's also in reverse, meaning they are submitting terms and conditions to you that they want you to fulfill. You have the option to say, "Oh, I can't do it," but in the real live world, most times people don't do that. We just enter the contract and do what we can do that we want to do, never satisfying another's demands. At times, we ourselves breach the contract. That's what the seventh house represents. The seventh house represents those contractual agreements, whether they are professional, intimate, or personal, with person, place, or institution, or whatever the case may be. The Taurus represents Taurus, is the bull, and so the bull has Taurus is a fixed sign, meaning it knows what it wants in this physical world. Taurus, that energy understands or presumes what it needs to manifest in this physical world to be physically secure, stable, and sound. These are things that can tantalize and pacify our five senses: our eyes, our sight, our hearing, our taste, our smell, and our sense of touch. These are things that can pacify our physical worldly wants, needs, and desires. Whether it's food, a type of lover, or type of loving, is about the type of home you have and how it is kept and decorated, the kind of car you drive, the type of shoes you wear, clothes you wear, jewelry you have, whether it's real or fake, the type of water you drink, whether it's faucet or a bought or carbonated, whatever the fine intricate details are to in your physical world, which you would like them to be. And so, what does this particular astrological alignment suggest? It suggests that contracts are created between you and another party or other parties, in which you are hoping to acquire what you need in life to feel physically secure, as they are also doing the same. And so, this energy of trying to get what you want from another goes well with the house before. We're saying, I'm getting out here in this world. I'm going to satisfy the demands of life, God, and of man. And I'm going to do what I got to do. And I'm going to impose my will. And I'm going to partner with the person that can help, give me the resources that I need to do these things. I'm going to satisfy myself with what I can get from these contracts. But remember, contractual agreements is something else. The negotiations is one thing. Most of them ain't talked out. Most of them ain't on writing. We just presume. And so we go into the contracts, and most times we don't get what we want. And so that's a making for a particular type of person, a moody person, a person that feels shorted, or you can become vengeful or revengeful, or different, just the deep emotional responses, and remember, we starting off with the emotional response to circumstances, situation, and people. This over here can amplify that. It can amplify that. So anyway, you setting out and you imposing, where the arrow is, where Aries is occupying the fifth and sixth house, and you're imposing your will, you pushing yourself out there, or in this case, relative to the enlarged house, which is this one. But we're looking at its relationship or relativity to the house before, which it agrees with, is that it is agreement, or easy, or flowing, or compatible, because this is where you get to use your energy to contribute or submit your terms and conditions to that contract. This Aries in the 5th and 6th houses, where you get to try to address or pacify the demands of another. This is where you get to say, I'm breaching the contract that I entered in with another. Or this is where you get to say, I can't do it. I can't fulfill the demands and obligations. I can't contribute in relationship to another. Or you get to ignore it and act like you can, or you gonna, but you have no intentions of doing so, or you don't have the capability. That's why it's so agreeable, those energies. The next house, moving back, see, astrology can be complicated. It is very time consuming. And I've been speeding through and simplifying it. So let's go back, because now we're going to look at this fourth house, Pisces. We're talking about the person's inner emotional state and what can manifest as a direct result of their inner emotional state. It talks about a person's emotional intelligence as well as their emotional disposition. See, this house is complementary, I'll say, to the current house that we have expanded, which is Taurus in the 7th house, because you get to submit. This is something that you get to submit in your contract negotiation relative to this current life experience you're about to have. However you really feel, whether you are sad, depressed, angry, vengeful, desensitized, you submit that into this contract. You submit that into the contract. This is what allows you to have a level of, I'll say, commitment to invest in another, or to follow through with what you suggest you will contribute. It allows a particular type of person to breach a contract and not care. That kind of thing. Let's see. Now, remember, this house, 7th house of Taurus, the one we have expanded. Oh, crap. Sorry. Is now 30, 60, 90 degrees away from the world at large and the world's impact upon your world, your immediate environment. And then it is also your immediate environment and its contribution into the world at large. At odds, 90 degrees, there's a critical moment, something coming up. Pay attention. Paying attention is, remember, everybody's submitting their terms and conditions, whether spoken or unspoken. These contract negotiations go on day and night throughout our lives. And sometimes those terms and conditions that are submitted by another are things that we can't satisfy, or that we don't want to satisfy, or that we'll breach and don't care. Let me give you an example of how this could manifest in one's life. Keeping with me as the example, I'm entering into this life experience in which I'm about to have an exchange with another person on the basis of emotional and physical support. I've learned from the past that it really don't work. But me, I keep persevering because it's an innate desire in me. And so during this unfolding life experience, I can anticipate possibly. It depends on how I uniquely line up with it. We're not looking at my birth chart. But I'm just, kind of winging it here. That I'm going to put my terms on the table to them. And they probably can't answer them. The position that this party is in demands that exchange between me and them be one way. Remember, my primordial need is for a fair exchange of emotional and physical support. But their current life experience and what they have going on in their own unique life sphere has them in a position where they need it to be a one-way contract in which they benefit. So, thank God I know that. So hopefully it goes well. other things to contribute. Consider. But what am I saying is, remember, this is supposed to be a term and contract. So what I am submitting over here in the second house of Taurus, because I'm aware now due to my past life experiences, is that they don't have it to give. That on my side of the contract, it has to say, in the spiritual realm, it has to say, um, this is, I'm not going to say unconditional assistance or support. I have to say, okay, I'm not expecting any emotional support. Neither am I expecting any financial support. But me, I'm a smart behind as a Leo ascent, but I'm not expecting to take no losses. That's the glitch. I'm not expecting to take any losses from where I am. I'm offering freely, the emotional support, the physical support, but I'm not willing to take any additional losses. That's what the devil wants to be in. I already know it wants something. I already know it. And on the other side, the person say, okay, well, I need this emotional support and I need this physical support. Can you give it to me, Nancy? And I'm like, I'm in agreement. Like, okay, I'm gonna help you out because that's who I am from a primordial place. So, but anyway, I was saying is 90 degrees because it's a critical alignment. 90 degrees of separation. And so if I didn't know that, astrology helped bring me to this place of understanding. But if I didn't know that, this is truly a place in which there can be a letdown, or it can lead to a fight or some type of strife or chaos. So when I talk about the strife, and it can lead to strife and chaos and fights and, really being let down, hurt, or suffering some major loss, we can go to 150 degrees away. 150 degrees of separation. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. So, what I'm trying to show is aspecting and how it works. So this is the real hot spot where there is high potential for, something negative to manifest as a direct relationship of these energies having to interact. I guess I could say it like that. So what do I mean? How could this manifest in reality, using me as an example and the current situation that is now unfolding? Remember, the second house of Sagittarius I come to feel some type of way at this point in time. Well, if this contract negotiation does not go well, that could further sink me. Remember, Jupiter expands, and in this case, it's going to expand my understanding about why why people cannot have a fair exchange of energies. And this, and keeping with my example, is emotional and physical support. And so that is something that is going to be added to my arsenal. But we ain't looking at my astrological chart. I'm just kind of, going with the flow here. But because astrology and life itself has led me to this place where I can see clearer now. Like, for instance, the contract negotiations that aren't written. And because I understand that person's terms and conditions, what they need to be assisted, with or receive from me. And I also understand that they don't have anything to offer in return. If this exchange goes well and I'm able to assist them, my conditions, I can't take no additional losses other than what I've agreed to give. Devil don't step in. And I give over freely what I said I was going to offer or contribute. And everything goes well, no glitches, no devil, then that is a positive experience. This is where Jupiter is like the blessing, the gift giver. Then I realize I am enlightened. I gain understanding through my life experiences that if I truly understand the details, If I truly understand what is at stake, what is required of me, then the negotiations, a contract negotiation can be successful. Everybody gets what they need. That is the growth promised by Jupiter in a positive manner. Hope that makes sense. Um, but remember, it's 150 degrees of separation, and therefore that is where the dust can kick up. The dust can kick up, really. Um, so, where's my, I don't know what I did. Cup on the floor. Guess I finished it. Okay, let's move on. Let's see what I got. Oh, yeah, I got 20 more minutes before I have to take a break. Okay. Um, let's move to the next house, which is the 8th house. Let's see if I can pull up the 8th house. Here's the 8th house. In the 8th house, we have Gemini in the 8th house. So let's interpret it really quickly what Gemini in the 8th house is. The 8th house represents the ones, remember, the 8th house is the house of Scorpio traditionally. And so it talks about one's inner emotional depth, what's going on down in the rapid current of one's inner emotional state, whatever's going down in there or in the psyche compels a person to have certain emotional responses. People that seem calm and then they rage, it comes from down deep within them, down in the depths of their emotions, from their psychological hidden place, things that are suppressed in there. The 8th house talks about things that are hidden, that can be unearthed or uncovered. It has to do with life and death cycle. It has to do with transformation. It has to do with surgeries and the occult or the hidden, again, mysteries. It has to do with sex, especially tantric sex, more, I guess, spiritually evolved or deep, emotionally invested sexual practices and things like that, and so much more. And Gemini is here. This is interesting. Now, mind you, the 8th house is a water house. Emotions, feelings, sensitivity. But Gemini is here. Gemini is a mutable sign. It's mutable air. Constantly moving, constantly socializing, constantly hanging out, laughing, smiling, talking, gossiping, doing those kind of things. And then it's just a lot of information coming in with Gemini, because you go to so many conversations, you read so many books, magazines, that they're going to so many different places all over your immediate environment, different social circles. That's Gemini. And it also, Gemini has to do with all the forms of twins, and how a person as an individual interacts with their immediate environment. When I say different type of twins, we got fraternal twins, we have identical twins, we have Siamese twins. And so identical twins mean an agreement. In an agreement, the mind and the heart are in agreement. Your mind says, okay, we're going to do it. The body moves and does it without changing course. But the fraternal twins, the mind says, we're going to do it. We're going to go left, but then you go right. And then the Siamese type of twins, well, it's this constant opposition in which nothing ever gets done. It's constantly changing. And that's another thing that can happen with the fraternal twins, is that it can be this switch off, back and forth, off and on, changing minds. With the identical twin energy of Gemini, even if a person was to change their mind, they wholeheartedly change their mind, and go, they might say, okay, we're going right, and they go right. And then during that experience, they say, okay, well, it's required for us to go left, and they go left. It's clear, cut, and dry. Okay, so now we have this energy of, I'll say, flowing and doing and learning and speaking and teaching and socializing, and it's just this primary understanding about how to move in your immediate environment in the emotional depth, just moving. It's like almost like to me like being in a horror movie. Let me see how I can interpret this. Being in a horror movie. The reason why I say a horror movie because you can't see what the 12th house is hidden is, so it's like walking into an environment and not feeling a room. Walking in, laughing, singing, being gleeful and talkative, but you can't feel the room. You ain't getting the undercurrent of the environment and of the people that may be sharing that room with you. Something like that. And I'm gonna have to dig deep to tell you the truth about this alignment to see what I can pull out. Now let's see, Gemini. So we have Gemini energy and having to dig for something, digging for the preliminary understanding, the preliminary education, digging to talk, trying to edge conversations on, trying to feel your way. What could be hidden? What could be hidden in a person is their, like how they flow. Because remember, something hidden with the eighth house was hidden. Gemini, the flow of the person. If they embody the identical twins or the fraternal twins or the Siamese twins, it's hidden. It's not obvious. It's some obscurity or something here. And we also know that there's some obscurity here because number one is air and water. When you infuse air and water, that can become very, it's very elusive, or it can create, if it's hot air, you think about naturally, inside natural science, if you have water in an environment in which there's hot air, it can create steam. So there's some type of obscurity to a person's basic behavior. Basic behavior. So what am I suggesting? Let me take you back to the house prior, 7th house in Taurus. That's when you come to the table, the table to negotiate a contract with other parties. And each person that comes to negotiate the contract, you're not quite clear on who they are. If they will say what they mean and follow through. You don't know if they are going to be like doing battle with themselves and never get things done. You don't know if they going to breach the contract or not. It's that type of obscurity that I'm referring to. No, I don't have to go. I don't have to go. I don't think. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Obscurity. That affects obscurity. Let's talk about the obscurity. Now, we talked about it in relationship to the contract negotiations. You're in a blind about that. You're in a blind about that. Let's see, how else can this be looked at? Now we're talking about Gemini, who's so inquisitive, trying to fill the room. And so this could be another aspect of this these houses aspecting each other, trying to fill the room in contract negotiations. Like, what can I get from this person? Can I play this person? Am I gonna have to make good on this person? Fill the room. What is their emotional response to what will transpire? Let me try to fill the room. That kind of thing. Now, remember, we're currently on this house, the Gemini, 8th house with Gemini in it. This house, right here, is 30, 60 degrees away from Aries in the 5th and 6th house. So I got to do what I got to do. I got to do what I got to do. So what do a person got to do? They got to do it the way they know how to do it. They got to do it the way they program to do it. They got to do it the way they have been designed to do it. They have been designed to what? Either, be mind, body, and soul in agreement to go commit or do whatever to meet the demands of life, God, or man, or they are have predisposition to say they're gonna do one thing and don't do another. You know what I'm saying? So that's how those two houses are in agreement. Now, remember, this house is this house. And so let's move back 30, 60, 90. So remember, we got a critical state degree here. It's a red flag. It's some tensions forming here. And so what is it about? Remember, this is how a person does what they do. Either they do what they gonna say they're gonna do, or they not gonna do it. Is you're trying to feel when you're interacting with another. You're trying to feel the room, like, is they gonna do this, or can't they do it? Do they have the capacity to do it? Do what? Fulfill the contractual agreement that you're entering with them, or that you're negotiating with them. You know, that kind of thing. So it doesn't go well with what is unfolding. What's unfolding? What's unfolding? What's unfolding, the emotional, due to past lives experiences, and how one, I can say, has emotional response to circumstances and situations, have created some predetermined experiences that are beginning to unfold in a person's life. Each of us, as well as the world at large, has a unique emotional and emotional intelligence and disposition. And so due to that emotional intelligence and disposition, certain things are coming into being. So this seems like the inability to I had to look at it closer, be loyal to the life experiences, like to be loyal to what is required of an individual during this time period to evolve. Let's say, hypothetically, case scenario, a person is required by divinity, because they are supposed to be evolving to, let's talk about that self-centered, self-seeking narcissist, capitalistic, materialistic Capricornian energy, and they are, due to their emotional disposition and intelligence, everything is about them. They're going to accomplish, they're going to achieve, they're going to do the works that they want to do in order to make sure that that's satisfied or pacified. And everybody else may take a loss, just creating a scenario to offer an example. That's what they're going to do. But that's what they're going to do. But life itself has tailor-made certain experiences to refine that person, to help them ascend, to help them be conscious. But that person, remember, gonna do what they gonna do. They're gonna be who they're gonna be. That kind of energy. And so, keeping with the example or the interpretation of kind of trying to feel the room, they're going to feel the room. The narcissistic, capitalistic, materialistic Capricornian energy is going to feel the room for that which can be like supportive of them, supporting them to keep moving forward how they want to move forward and do what they want to do. They want to do what they want to do. And so that could be, that's the challenge that can exist relative to these two houses and how they relate. Again, that's just an example. And in a moment, I have to take a booty break. I'm going to come back, maybe if I remember after the break, and try to do a summary, an example relative to my own personal life. We'll see. So, yes, on to the next house. The next house would is there. I think I did it right. Did I do that right? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Okay, just to make sure. The next house. The next house, as you can see, the house is similar to that of that Capricornian energy, that cuspy Capricornian energy. Here we have another house that's kind of cuspy, as if the numbers were, I say, labeled back to back chronologically. This would be the ninth house. But as you can see, there's no number 9 there. And the number 9 is present in the next house. In this next house. So that we're going to say, in short, our current house that we'll be interpreting is a cuspy energy. And it's cusping between the 8th and the ninth house. The 8th house represents our emotional responses to outside stimuli, circumstances, people, situations, etc., etc. It shows our emotional depth, our ability to invest or to be involved, and or to follow through and contribute what we promise to another. It has to do with the hidden things and uncovering them or unearthing them, such as the occult knowledge, hidden things like treasures and and when I say treasures, I'm talking about like emotional treasure. You'll find somebody that has the ability to be a healer, or just some treasure as far as a person's qualities is what I'm talking about. But it also can represent lost treasures as well. The 8th house represents that hot, steamy, tantric sex, or we'll say spiritual sex. It's just so deep, intimate, and helps us balance ourselves. In between, or the next house, is the ninth house, which is our philosophical viewpoints, our worldviews, our extent of knowledge and awareness. The ninth house represents where we get our understanding from, the teachers, the gurus, the professors, life, religious institutions, etc., etc. So that cusping energy talks about how we uncover mysteries. How do we do it? Do we do it through going to see a psychic? Do we advance in our understanding and awareness about this life through life itself, or through obtaining a higher education, or how do we get to understand that which is hard to know, like God, spirituality, excuse me. Do we do so through what life experiences, or through a religious institution, or sect? That's that 8th, ninth house cusp. So sitting there on that cusp, in the middle of that energy, is Cancer, with Rahu at 15 degrees 20. So let's talk about what Cancer means or represents. Cancer sign is the crab. And so we're talking about the development of a person's external shell, the tough skin or thin skin, in response to what? The outside stimulus and how it affects us, our ability to weather the storm, the emotional storms of life. Cancer also can represent how we emotionally respond, as far as being emotionally needy or clingy to another. If we are, emotionally resistant, and again, that goes back into, I apologize for the dog barking. It goes back into our earlier years, as well as earlier or previous emotionally charged situations. That helps us to develop our skins. Now we have Rahu here, who is just the head, and it has no belly, so it cannot be filled. It cannot even be pacified, but it moves to try to pacify itself by consistently consuming something in particular. And what is that? The 15 degrees, 15 20 degrees, which is Libra. So we consistently try to, you know, um, I'll say soothe ourselves, that skin, soothe ourselves by constantly trying different relationships and partnerships, hoping, of course, that they can assist us or will be satisfying to us or will, again, assist us with reaching our personal, intimate goals and things like that. And so this cuspy energy, remember, this astrological alignment, remember, sits on that cusp of how do you how do you unearth this? How do you soothe yourself? How do you soothe yourself? And how do you what do you come to believe that can soothe you? Is it a particular type of partnership? You don't know until you try. So you try this relationship, and you try the next relationship, and then the next, all with an attempt to try to yourself, to soothe yourself, to comfort yourself, to bring yourself a sense of emotional security. Some relationships may offer you 1% of emotional security because certain things happen in that relationship, where the next may offer you, I will say, 22% emotional comfort and security because certain things happen in that particular relationship. And so here we are with Rahu and Cancer, talking about how we keep trying over and over again. No, I mean, over and over again. But we got to stop because I got to take it back. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180 on the opposite side. 180 degrees is a tug of war between the current house that we are evaluating with the Rahu and Cancer. 180 degrees away is where, if I'm not mistaken, Ketu sits. Excuse me. And Ketu, remember, is the lower half of this being. It's the belly part. It's full. It's to try so many relationships. It says that hey, I need a higher spiritual understanding about how to relate to another or others. How do I collaborate? How do I work with them successfully? Oh, Lord, have mercy. I need a higher understanding. I can't take no more. I'm to the point now I don't even want another relationship or enter into another contract unless you can make it make sense. But over here, we can't help it. A part of being in the human condition is that we have an innate desire to belong, to connect, to be with another human being. And that innate need, that innate drive is the Rahu energy. Because we must, because it's built into us. And so we keep on trying to get emotional comfort and security in our relationships with another. But Lord knows most of us, we don't want that relationship. Whether it's the relationship with our spouse, a lover, a potential lover. Some of us don't want to date no more. Be like, I don't want it no more. But then it comes. Or it could be with your siblings. Like, I ain't never talking to them again. But a circumstance or situation emerges in life and it comes. You got to sit with them again. You got to break bread with them again. You got to work with them again. It could be a neighbor. Like, I ain't talking to that neighbor. I ain't talked to that neighbor in 20 years. Then a circumstance or situation arises in which you got to interact with them again because it is a part of our makeup. It is part of the human condition for us to interact and have exchanges with one another. And so we move forward. Now that energy of kind of being having forced encounters with others is directly related to the house before, which is it Gemini in the 8th house, talking about how we will interact with them. I don't want to do it, but I gotta do it, or I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and I'm gonna get it out the way. Energy, that kind of thing. It is also agreeable or harmonious with a second house, uh, seventh house Taurus. And it talks about the terms and conditions that we enter when we negotiate contracts with others. Over here, you're entering your terms. The term is, I need to be soothed. I need to be feel emotionally secure and stable. That's what I need. Um, that's 30, 60, 90. Here we go again. Square. Oh, tension, critical, uh, critical aspect. Red flag. We gotta really pay something attention here because okay, the current house says okay, I am innately um, designed to uh, have encounters with others. I gotta keep trying. I can't help it. It keep happening. I can't help it. Can't stop it. And so I need to be mostly feel emotionally secure and stable, and those kind of things. And I'm trying, so hard because I must. Because I must. Um, is again, it's the critical point. It's that red flag. Is like potential for some form of difficulty, as that this house is the Aries um, in this fifth and sixth house. I got to do what I got to do. I got to get out here and I got to make it happen. I got to impose my will into the world. I got to. This is what I'm saying. I got to between these houses. I got to. Remember, you don't want to, but you got to. So you do. I don't want to do it no more, but it's a part of my innate needs, the innate requirements. So I got to go ahead and impose my will. If I got to be involved with them, if I got to have these fated encounters, then I might as well, go ahead and try to impose my will in the world. Now, if that is 90 degrees, then this is what? 120. Remember, this is just the basics. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, and 180 degrees. The 30, the 60, the 120 are in various ways beneficial or complementary, easy flowing, interacting energies that support each other. When we get to 90 degrees and 150, it is it's difficult. The energies don't understand each other. They don't want to flow naturally. It's like linked gears trying to work. And so it's hardships and challenges and difficulties and conflict and strife that can arise with difficult energetic interactions. And then the 180, the sign that's totally opposite of any given sign, represents a power struggle, having to reach a balance or to truly negotiate, because these energies want their way. They each want their way. And so it has to be a negotiation. So what was I just talking about? I was just talking about the various basic aspects, degrees, various basic degrees in astrology. So, right now, we're about to talk about 30, 60, 90. Oh, we're about to talk about 120. Remember, this 120 is one of those more harmonious energies. They can work together. They complement each other. Currently, we're talking about, because I have to have these interactions. I have to. Either they're going to help toughen my skin or thin it out. I have to. It's a requirement. It's a requirement. And so, what is it supported by? Remember, this is a fourth house Pisces. This is a person's emotional disposition. This is emotional disposition or emotional intelligence. The Pisces also has to do with that innate or intuitive nature that we all possess as humans. And it is that innate or intuitive or instinctual energy that Pisces embodies. that requires us that we must do it. We must do what? Associate with these others, have these fated encounters, as they are what? Our primary teachers, to learning what we need to learn in order to help us evolve. Now, here is another aspect that uh, can be difficult. And whenever we hear something is difficult or think of something as difficult, it's considered negative. So why is it negative? This Rahu in Cancer, relative Aquarius in the third house. Remember, Aquarius is in the third house, is the world at large imposing into your immediate world. It's like different political reforms that affect your life, like taxes and things like that. And then there's also your intimate environment and what your environment creates, like a Waco, Texas, into the world at large, like the whatever happened with 9/11, whatever that little interest group wanted to do, impose it into your world, and how it affected you or made an impact upon you. That kind of energy. So. So this is a difficult aspect, because this is 150 degrees apart, and so it's saying, okay, it when the world, whatever the world is going to cast upon you, you might not want to have anything to do with what the world got to send to you, like the Waco, Texas stuff and the stories and everything it embodied, or the 9/11. That was the world, the outside world imposing something upon you, forced upon you. Either it thinned your skin, toughened your skin, affected you on an emotional level, made you, clench up or relax. What happened? Those are just examples. Um, what was I going to say? The next is the 180 degrees aspect. Remember, this is the screen that is enlarged, the house that is enlarged, which is Rahu in Cancer. 180 degrees or directly across from it is the house of Capricorn. And remember, Capricorn talks about the works that we do in the world and where it comes from, or how we do what we do, our mode of operation. Either we are instinctual and going with the flow, is kind of intuitive, or we could be a narcissistic, intentional, capitalistic person, or we can truly understand that our works in this world matter, and therefore make conscious decisions about the works that we do and the pursuits and aims that we have, those kind of things, and understand the power of one's popularity and influence upon others as well as the masses, that kind of energy, and how each of us are supposed to be ascending to the highest expression of Capricorn, being really aware of that and using that awareness to make good decisions and to make a positive impact upon this world. But we're not there yet. And so there are some particular works that we need to be done, some particular unique life experiences that we need to have in order to refine ourselves, to get us to that level. Those opportunities are offered here. But oh, Lord knows that we've had our own unique life experiences. We have had enough. We don't want no more. But what? We must. We must. And so this is the opposition that says that, you want to do what you want to do. You done tried and tried to the best of your ability and no prevail. All you can do at this time is do what you know to do for the betterment of you. And so, really, not interested in nobody else's interests. Not interested in how your works affect nobody else, because you done tried. But on the opposite side, you must. How do you rectify them differences that you must? How do you rectify the fact that your works do matter and they do have an impact upon others? That is what's suggested in this particular opposition in September. The next house that we're going to look at is the 9th house, I do believe. Let's see. It's the ninth house. And the ninth house, who's in the ninth house? Leo's in the ninth house during this period. So let's first talk about the ninth house, because the ninth house represents, remember, our philosophical viewpoints, beliefs, our awareness about life. It represents our higher understanding, our intellectual capacity, and where it comes from. How do we develop it? From the teacher, from the guru, from the doctrine, religious doctrine, or whatever the case may be. Did life teach you? Now, Leo represents Leo the lion, fixed fire, fixed fire. What one is passionate about. One presumes they know what inspires them, or can change reality, or can motivate another, or inspire another. Is fixed. The king is fixed on his throne, and he can be a dictator, saying, I know this, I've come to understand this as the ruler, the Leo, and therefore, kingdom, you must follow along with what I know. This is the truth. Of ninth house. Ninth house. So it's really just about a person believing they know everything. It can be like that. It depends on how a person relates to this astrological alignment and the overall energy. But a person is saying, I know it all. I'm the king. I'm the queen. What I say, go. These are the rules. This is how you should view the world. This is the highest awareness about any aspect of life. I'm the professional. That kind of thing. And so, how does the ninth house relate to this cuspy energy of Cancer? What is that? Cancer. Rahu and Cancer. Remember, Rahu and Cancer might got a thin skin, a tough skin, well, it's the thin skin, or the tough skin, or the emotional response in or the emotional sensitivity, I'll say, when having exchanges with another, intimate or emotional exchanges with another, directly goes with, if you are, how can I say, if you view yourself as the king or not, you're more important. If a person has, I'll say, emotional strength and endurance, and their hard nose, and their tough skin, they could very well be a person that, I know it all. What I say rules, and I will push it. Because this is fire. I will push it. I will teach it to you. I will inspire you with it. I'll push it down your throat, depending on how it manifests in a person's life. That is an example of how they complement each other. This same house, this ninth house, now that's the cuspy energy, is also complementary, or works well, or are in agreement. The energies, interact well with the next house over, which is the eighth house, Gemini, in the eighth house. Gemini, right? Gemini. And remember, it's like how you feel in the room. Feel in the room. How can you feel the room? Have you ever met somebody that, we're going to say, just use an example, of somebody that really can't feel the room, but they come in feeling like they the boss, or they important. That's what they believe about themselves. I'm the boss, I'm important, so it don't matter if everybody in the room don't like me, I'm not going to sense that, because I believe I'm the king, so it's that kind of thing, or relationship between these two houses. So, another way an example of how this could manifest in reality is Gemini, 8th house Gemini is, let's see, the depth of that obscured ability to know if a person is willing to commit or follow through, like that. Okay. Excuse me. Commit or follow through. Depending on a person's, we can say, state of their ego, state of a personal self-awareness, a person's awareness of their authority and their power, and like even to believe in yourself. This can be interpreted as believing in yourself, you know, and from an ego place with the Leo, but still believing in yourself. And so one can, how can I say, determine if they can carry through based on their belief in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, you might not feel like you can accomplish the task or the goal. You know, sometimes some people, for example, literally their self-esteem is low. They don't believe in themselves, or they don't understand themselves. So when in contracts with others and confronted with responding to another's conditions, like another saying, love me a particular way, by being loyal, faithful, or whatever, going to work every day, bringing home the money, paying the bills, whatever the demand is. But this person don't believe that they can, like, go to work every day. They don't know if they can stay consistent and work 30 years. It's just an example. Or a person doesn't believe that they can love a person sensitively. A person doesn't believe that they can be committed to a single person. You know what I'm saying? So that person may, again in contract negotiations, or people don't always tell you they can't do it. They can't do it. In this case, it's showing that there are people that can and will. There are people that will not say anything and let you presume that they will, but they won't, or they can. Or it's people that will begin to do so and stop, and stop. Those are the kind of examples relative to this, how these two houses relate to each other. And in the middle is the Rahu and Cancer, because you have to have these fated encounters in order to learn. So I want to talk, I want to go over that example a little more relative to love. When a person doesn't believe in themselves and a partner is saying, hey, I need you to love me, I need you to love me tenderly in this way. And a person, say hypothetically, case scenario, don't say, I don't know how to love you that way, I don't think I can do that, I don't think I can stay loyal. They don't say it, they just move forward in the, oh crap, the fated encounter. The encounter, because they must. And so when they do this, it's an opportunity for learning. It's an opportunity to grow. It's an opportunity to have your emotions impacted. It's an opportunity for you to become hyper aware. In this case, of what? One party, the person imposing the, demands, becomes aware that not everybody can meet their demands. They may become aware that a person won't even say that they can't meet your demands, or may become aware that a person is unaware that they can't meet your demands. The other party, the one who can't do it, don't feel like they can do it, they don't believe it. They may learn, through the fated encounter. They may become real sensitive to, like, ooh, I really couldn't do it. I really didn't have it in me. Because those kind of things spark our internal searching and understanding about ourselves and this life and others, and that's how it sparks us to begin to grow. I hope it's making sense. Okay, so let me see if I should read 30, 60, 90 degrees. Here's here's the critical moment. Here's the red flag. You got to do something now, or sooner, very soon, all hell's gonna break loose. So here we have the king imposing his beliefs, or a person who has a diminished sense of ego, um, imposing that diminished ego into the world. How can I say? You can only, it's like standing. It's like, to me, it's like that Nine of Wands card, standing. It is like the Nine of Wands, standing in defense of what you believe, like a knight, like a king, like a lion, right? And here's this contract. So it's two people, we're going to say, at least in a contract, but it could be more, two or more people, but to simplify it, two people in the contract. And it is about getting what you want fulfilled. And here come a person talking about what they want, and they willing to defend it. They willing to fight for it. And so that should, if I'm not mistaken, that should be like the opposition. Let me try again. 30, 60, 90. Yeah, critical moment. Here you come talking about what you want and trying to inspire me to satisfy you. When what? What you gonna do for me? What are you gonna do for me? A king over here. I hear what you're talking about. I feel your swag. But did you not hear what I say I was interested in? So what you gonna do for me? You know, that kind of energy. And then one more, going back, this would be 120 then, another harmonious energy, harmonious energy relative to the Leo in the ninth house, the king. The king gets to do what would the king want to do every day to satisfy their man, life, God, and themselves. Aries in the 5th and 6th house. I see. So I guess I got to do this one. Starting here. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. Oh Lord. All hexed and broke loose. Because possibly, one interpretation, the king believes what they believe and they are imposing it into the world. As that's their higher understanding, they may have very well have tunnel vision and be self-centered. So there are particular experiences that will occur as a direct result of the king imposing their will into the world, or their beliefs, or their viewpoints, etc., etc. Remember, this is, if I'm not mistaken, 4th house Pisces. And so this is this is what how the emotions lead to outcomes and to circumstances and situations. You know, it it was the moon. I can't see. Been looking at the screen too long, y'all. Oh, these glasses filthy. Still can't see. I was trying to see how it's difficult. It's difficulty, conflict, and strife, and things like that. I told y'all it was going to be a long one. Okay, let's see. It was moon at 26:45. Moon 26:45. Aquarius. This is the emotional, like the state of the emotional. And I was talking about relative to this alignment. The world is emotionally desensitized. An example is the world being emotionally desensitized. Emotionally desensitized, not caring about others. So if the world, all the individuals, or many of the individuals in humanity are desensitized and don't care about another, and basically are after their own interests, who cares then about the king? Oh, it's about to be a fight. It's about to be a fight. Possibly, who could that suggest? Some form of war. Because the king gonna be mad if he narcissistic. He gonna be pissed off, right? Okay, so declaring war. Like, I'm mad as heck. I am the king. I want what I want. Okay, I'm gonna try to move on, y'all, because I know this has been a very long video. I do thank you for coming here to Can Angels Fly Tarot and more, and studying the astrological chart for September 2019. If you're ever interested in ordering your personal tarot reading, because I am a professional tarot reader, amateur astrologer. So if you're ever interested in ordering your own professional tarot reading, just contact me at my email. My email is canangelsfly1@gmail.com. I ask you to like, share, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Subscribe. When you subscribe, hit the bell. You might be notified when I go live. And if you're ever interested in offering any financial support, just look below this video or any video or live stream that I make for my PayPal, me, and or Cash App account or link. Thank you. So let's go on to the 10th house. Um, and I'm going to try to move through a little quicker. So we won't be doing probably all that aspecting and things like that. So I'm just kind of going to run my mouth and, figure it out that way. So now let's begin to interpret the 10th house. The 10th house is expanded over here. And so what is Virgo in the 10th house? We also have Mars 1729 degrees and the Sun 2132 degrees. So let's talk about it. 10th house, Pinnacle. We can imagine it even a spotlight. Everybody's eyes are on us with the 10th house. The 10th house, we are seen by others. They see what works we do. They see our careers. They see us, our ambitions. They see if we're famous and we're in the limelight. They see and experience if we are an affluent person and in what sector and those kind of things. The 10th house also has to, spotlights a person's career, their ambition, their current reputation or status, or what they're trying to, climb to be. Virgo represents the fine, intricate details. It includes the day-to-day works that a person does because they are in a particular career field, and what they have to deal with because they're in a particular career field, or because they're famous or affluent. What do they have to deal with? What are they doing? What are they doing to make them so affluent? All those details. Remember, Virgo has to do with being analytical, particular, precise. Again, it's a detail oriented. It's a workaholic. In one's field, being an expert in one's field, very proficient. Then we have Mars. What Mars represents energy, putting all this energy in like one's career field and everything that one has to do. At 17 degrees 29, what they putting it in? They putting it in Libra. 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 So, Libra represents the partnerships, whether intimate, personal, or professional, that we enter in with another, each side or each party of two or more submitting their terms and conditions to the other or others, hoping that the other or others will satisfy their demands, as well as that person receiving the demands and terms from another. What will happen? Well, this is a place in which Mars is putting a lot of energy into these must-have partnerships, because we must interact with people, because we what? Cohabitate in this world. It is a part of our innate nature to belong, to connect, to interact, to have an exchange. And so we're putting a lot of energy there. But would they focus like in our career sector, in our or what we know? I always use the example, you can be a bum if that's your career, if that's your greatest ambition. There, whatever partners you got hanging there with you on the stoop, and what are the details that are going on as far as that, the works that you do. Example, with the bum example, sitting on the stoop, relaxing, kicking it, I don't know, drinking, talking crap, whatever, putting a lot of energy in those partnerships. You could be a doctor. So the career is a doctor, and with all the particulars of a doctor, possibly, especially like an ER doctor, working all night, all times of night, all kind of hours, You getting a lot of different cases of different injuries and things like that, and so you got to be very adaptable, and you put a lot of energy in with the partnership. Who, like for instance, who's the partner to a doctor? The RN with the registered nurse, who's the head nurse, or whoever else is the backup nurse, and whoever come in. We got the orderly, and so it's a lot of energy going in with those partnerships. We also have the sun at 2132, a Sagittarius, these life experience. So the sun, is the spotlight. It is the source of energy. Source of energy. Sagittarius represents the bigger beliefs, the philosophies. Remember, Sagittarius is the archer, pulling the arrow back, a bow and arrow back, launching it, following the direction of the arrow. It's the adventurer going off and either having living just kind of wow, free, or something like that, or more intellectual. Since we talked about a doctor, let's talk about living more, refined, educated, traveled kind of energy. And that's what is the vital energy that backs the doctor. I am refined, I'm educated, I'm particular, and I'm working with these others that hopefully, are equally as intelligent as myself. I'm putting a lot of energy in these people. I'm depending on these people, that kind of thing. Let's use the opposite end of the spectrum, the bum sitting on a stoop. I'm sitting here with other people. We use our energy the same way. We sipping, we drinking, we relaxing, kicking it, doing whatever we do, suppressed by life or whatever the case may be, or by the system, whatever going on. Remember the 21 degree points at Sagittarius. Maybe that's like the horse, unbridled, untamed, learning from life. Learning from life is what is the source energy. Learning from life. And so the bum, that's my career. That's the role I'm playing in this world. And since I'm playing this role, whether I've been manipulated to be there by the establishment, the detail is I just get to sit here and I drink with my buddies right here. We do the same thing. That kind of energy. So how does this energy play into the previous energy of ninth house Leo? Remember, it goes back into a person's ego and what they believe. The wino believes that is all he can accomplish, or believes that he may be the suppressed to the king or the power that be. The doctor believes that he can heal people, and so that's what he does. And then we have next the cuspy energy of is this Cancer? Yeah, this is Cancer. Because we must, and because the doctor believes what he believes and lives the life he lives and does the works he does or she does, then the doctor must have certain fated encounters. Must. And those fated encounters will still refine him emotionally or her emotionally. It would add to the tough skin or thin the tough skin out. It will lead to feeling emotionally supported, or it will not. The details are directly related to how a unique individual relates to this current unfolding astrological energy. The same stands true with the opposite end, the bum who sits on a stoop with his partners. See, the bum must still have fated encounters, even playing the role that he plays in this life. Those interactions or social exchanges not only are a must, but they are some required to happen in order to have an impact upon that person's, whether male or female, bum, to be sensitive, to have their, I'll say, level of sensitivity adjusted, their current emotional state to be adjusted, etc., etc. Now, let's say, here we are, 10th house, let's go back. We did 30. We did 60, those things that supported. Now we're going to go 90. Something that causes us a red flag, is critical, do something about it, or something going to happen. So we have here, what was it again? Is that Gemini in the 8th house? Filling the room out, filling the room out, as well as, how did I kind of sum it up? Filling the room out. And like how a mode in which a person does what they do. You know, mind, body, and soul in agreement to do something like that. And so we're talking about mind, body, and soul. Let's say the doctor says, I'm filling the room. Not gonna do this. Mind, body, and soul. I'm a doctor, and so I do what doctors do. You know, I guess I can say it like walking into a room and knowing you the doctor. You know what I'm saying? Amongst other people in that immediate environment, in that reality. You know, you a doctor underneath, inside. That's who you are. It's like you are who you are. The bum underneath, inside, in the immediate environment, you are who you are. And you know, like I said, I was kind of going to just kind of talk some stuff in, even though, and this is wrong, I know I'm not supposed to do it, but I still just feel compelled to say this, that sometimes when a person is in a, like, how do I say, everybody, I guess it'll be clear, let's say a person is down and out. It's a, how can I say, a part of their inner world is a representation of that. But it's also a part of their inside of their inner world. May I say it like this? On an exterior level, a person may have mastered a particular field of work. Like, I've met people that are down and out, that are like professional masons of different type, you know, bricklayers and or trade people. They are bricklayers and tree cutters and painters, and some been doctors and some been lawyers, but yet they sit on a stoop. And why is that? It is about that space that's inside. That space that's inside. And so that's the angle that I believe this alignment represents, as having to rectify that difference between the internal and the external world. I think that's how that can be interpreted. And so I'm going to go on, because I want to start looking at it from the other angle, which I didn't do, trying to cut time. And so we're here at this 10th house mark. I don't know. Yeah, this 10th house. And this 10th house is also 30 degrees away from this next house that we're about to evaluate. And it's 60 degrees away from the first house, the ascent, the onset, the commencement with the current unfolding life experiences that say, oh, you are being compelled to move forward by your deep emotional and psychological inner world. That's how you're being moved forward. And so this is the deep psychological and inner world that is hidden, but it is our drive, and it's driving us to do what? Be to how do I say, to present like how we, let's say, like, I hope I'm not losing it, really feel about ourselves, to present who we are. Like I gave the example of people that are down and out, but they have such a high level of mastery and of skill and of education, but they haven't rectified or healed something on the inside how can I say, perfect their soul, to perfect their emotional place, to tame the beast that reside in their psyche. They haven't done that. But on the external world, they mastered that stuff. At a drop of a dime, they can get up, build a house, lay some electrical line. They can do whatever they want to do in the physical. But end of another break. So once again, you probably saw a glitch. But let's continue so we can get done. I'm eating a little donut hole. So we just finished with the 10th house. Virgo in the 10th house. Remember, also, a little more mundane interpretation of this house could be the works that a person does, research, investigation, find details. You may be researching or investigating partnerships and the details associated with a partnership, or you might be researching or analyzing or trying to figure out, like what's going on around you. You're trying to get a higher understanding about something in particular, and what you might be trying to get a higher understand or really be able to gain some clarity on or see clearly in a way possibly that even you can articulate it. Like, I really need to understand this, is relative again to the house before. Ford is one of the aspects, and that is when I've been on this computer for a long time, I can't see. Is it
Mama, where's
hey, I am. Why y'all won't let me get done?
Oh,
Hopefully no more glitches, hopefully. So I was talking about trying to gain clarity on something, trying to figure something out. That's the work that a person does, trying to just figure something out. What might one be trying to figure out? Remember the house before is the ninth house, Leo. Philosophical viewpoints, worldviews, understanding. Might be trying to. They didn't throw me off so bad, and I had to stop and glitch this video about 5 or 6 times, and so I really am thrown off. So I apologize. Hopefully the interpretations will suffice and be accurate. It's my mind and ability to focus is about shot, but we're almost at the end, so I'm gonna try. So what might one be trying to gain details about, actively seeking to gain details about, trying to discover possibly another's intent as well. Like, what did that king really want? What is their intent? Or how about this? What's driving them? What's driving this king? What is the king or this other's primal or primordial emotional need? What are they really trying to satisfy? That might be what a person is moving to unravel during this time period. Moving on, for I'm disturbed again, we're going to try to move on and go to the final house, houses, which is the 11th and 12th house. This is correct. That is not. This is this one. 11th and 12th house, it is Libra. In 11th and 12th house, let's talk about Libra. The LI. And this is LI is short for abbreviation for Libra. Libra, remember, is the scales again, the scales of justice, needing balance, and of course collaboration. It's where each party submits their terms and conditions to see if it will be satisfied by another or others. And so in short, Libra represents contractual agreements, whether they are intimate, professional, or personal. And it's also in the 11th and 12th house. So the 11th house talks about the world at large. So what can I say relative just to the Libra 11th house, Libra in the 11th house, is that Libra represents like entering the partnership contracts and playing your role in the world at large, playing your role in a group. What do you have to bring to the group, to the organization, to the congregation, to the interest groups, to the special interest group? Um, to me, this could even um, talk about like political blocks, building those, making a declaration to support a special interest, that kind of thing. Um, and then it's like, what will that political block, if it is, that political party, if it wins, what it will give you back in return, that kind of thing. Um, an example of how that can manifest, that particular astrological alignment can manifest in life is a particular political party says, oh, we're going to save, we're going to cut taxes for persons earning over $1 million if you get this bill to pass. And so the parties of the special, that political bloc vote and gets that candidate in or whatever. And when the candidate get in, they're able to, put that particular bill on the ballot or whatever, and it passed, and it saved everybody that make over $1 million or give them a major tax break. And so that's what the people that contributed their vote to receives is that tax break. That's just an example. And y'all let me know if me switching stories mid-drift. I just be trying to see in my mind's eye and express ways these energies can manifest in our lives so we get an understanding. But I'm sure it'll be much more memorable if I could take a story all the way through. It'll be a memorable story. And I might try that before I close down with myself. So, a Libra in the 12th house. Libra represents the partnerships that we enter. And after them terms and conditions on the table and we start having our exchange, what ends up really happening? What are the ultimate results, of that? We have Venus here at 7 degrees, and 7 degrees corresponds to Aries. Aries is, remember, yourself, moving forward, rounding through life, moving through life, pushing through life, imposing your energy or directing your energy in a particular way. And the way one would be directing their energy is in these partnerships in order to maintain a balance, to have it be harmonious. Just like when I was giving an example of people joining together to form a political bloc. They move together to create that balance, to be in agreement on a particular platform, or on a particular issue, or on a particular interest, their special group, that kind of thing. So they move to do that. And so what is the result of that contract? If the people are really, really in agreement, it is possible that their agenda will move forward, and it will have their unity will have a increased chance of being resulting in the success that they so seek from that unity. The 12th house can represent that unity. It's the coming together. It's the accumulation of the various aspects or previous aspects in life, like the coming together of people. The 11th, the other is Mercury, the mind, the communication, thoughts, and things like that, at 37 degrees. 0037 degrees, which is also Aries. And it talks about the individual, mind as they move through, and the forceful thinking. It could be quick. It can be forceful thoughts and communications. And it's like really pushing your ideas into the world. Pushing your ideas into the world seems to be the case. And then it's like the results of pushing your ideas into the world. So at this time, I kind of want to run through and look at it from my perspective and the story I was sharing early on. So here I am with a deep emotional or primordial need to have emotional support and physical support. Moving forward, I already in the past lives I come to understand that it might not be possible to have that exchange in my case. But yet the life offers me another opportunity to have the experience. So I move forward and I'm entering into the experience. Um, and there are particular things that I need to refine me to help me grow and my understanding about, what it means to really be connected with another, to have exchanges, and for it to be successful. What I end up doing now, and how would I say, what another ends up doing, the other party ends up contributing into the world is going to have an impact upon my life. One way it'll have an impact upon my life is also the way I think, further about this area of life, as well as, um, my goals and aims and how I pursue them, those kind of things. Um, and then the next one was Pisces. Based on how I feel as I move through this experience, I will cultivate future experiences. Like, I don't want to think negatively, but say hypothetically, case scenario, things don't go well. Well, if I'm very um, fierce in my response to this unfolding situation or like experience, it can result in a pushback, um, or some form of conflict, due to my own expression, being forceful and things like that. Um, what else is talking about? I'm just trying to do a quick interpretation to see where it's going in my life, and then I'll let you ladies and gentlemen go. But again, thank you for coming here to Can Angels Fly, Tarot, and more, and allowing me, working with me to interpret the astrological alignments for September 2019. I ask you to please like, share, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Let me look at my story a little bit closer. And so it was the Pisces and I can't see y'all. Pisces in the fourth house. Oh, inner emotional state playing out, and to the world, the state of the world. You know, that becomes interesting to me, because when you start talking about like even the state of the world, um, the emotional intelligence and emotional disposition will also be impacted, and it's for both me and the other parties. And so, based on my emotional disposition, with the emotional state in Pisces, in the emotional state, it can talk of suggest um, a charity, a higher level of sensitivity to others, and or it can be emotionally distancing myself, or being what is the word, alienating myself as a direct result of the experience. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. High potential for me to be forceful, direct, inspiring. I got a lot of fire in my chart. um let's see. And let's say I become forceful and direct. I gotta do what I gotta do because that's what I gotta do. And that's what I do. 10. 10. Oh, see, 10. I gotta do what I gotta do with Capricorn for me in that fifth and sixth house. Capricorn. So, you know, Capricorn can be tough, but slow, steady, and intentional. Either I would be under the instinctual, going with the flow, simple person energy, or I will have risen to the state of the sea goat, very conscious about my works and the purpose of my works, why I do what I do, to satisfy the demands of God, man, and of life. And so I take risks, I take chances, I impose my will in the world in specific ways. 11, the gains, through partnership, um, awareness. It will be awareness for me. Awareness about where I am. Awareness about where I am um, on, I'll say, more of a spiritual level. Possibly if I become more aware. Oh, I hope I don't find I'm very low vibrational. Maybe I'll find that I have risen to the highest expression of Capricorn, understanding the power of my works and my position and placement in this world. Let's see. And the 12th for me is that Gemini 8th house. Intuitive, possibly sensitive. Ooh, depending on how I go. Alienation. I ain't going to no hospital if I can help it. Hospitals, insane asylums. Oh Lord, please don't let me go crazy. Oh, my eyes got so tired from this light, from this screen and stuff. And so I can do that with the Pisces energy. It's also, again, it's intuitive. It can be spiritual, and but in what Gemini and in the Scorpio. We think that has the potential to be, although the same element of water. I'm talking about my own chart laid over it, which I can call top of my head the water on. Although the same element, two different modalities. One is fixed. One is fixed. Mine is what? And another's mutable. Going with the, possibly going with the flow. And changing from one extremity to another. Oh Lord. One extremity to another. The next house is what? You got to. And mine is one. You got to. You gotta initiate. You gotta start. You gotta move forward. You're directed to do so. You are required to be the leader. You are required to be king or queen of a kingdom, whatever the case may be. Required to. My eyes is too tired to continue, I think. Who is the next one? That is Cancer. Okay, I got two. Leo. Oh, because I believe in 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I believe there's level of value, worth, pacification. The king believes or presumes what will satisfy their physical, worldly 5 senses. Makes sense. Oh God. Makes sense. Okay. 3. I know I'm kind of mumbling, y'all, because I'm just trying to overlay mine based on memory. While I'm at it. So 2, 3, 3, and that one is 3. It'll work in the community. Works in the community within one's immediate environment. Okay. Was that creating harmony in the immediate environment? Siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, people in the neighborhood, a community, or make up in very small social circles, and playing a role in that. And the role in that is that of a leader or a king, I'm a localized king or queen. Okay, Lord. And finally, for me, at that 12th house one, 11, 12, working. And what will it be for? Well, we know it's going to be, okay, it's support. We already know it's about that emotional support, um, emotional sensitivity of a person, being adjusted or modified through the experiences, home, family. Okay, maybe it ain't gonna be as bad as I think. It ain't gonna be as bad as I think. Emotional sensitivity. Playing right back into the primordial need. Interesting, interesting. Well, I'm in here and I'm come back. I upload this video for you, ladies and gentlemen, to watch. Remember, feel free to start and stop the video as much as you like, just like I did as I was creating it, in order to go through the astrological energies and get an understanding about how to interpret, astrological alignments and things like that, and to get a sense of what awaits us for the month of September, or is already beginning to come into existence. If you have any questions, please post them below. Bye.